We're going to talk about blackness and its effect on the maintenance of biological systems. Alright? The human body and rodents have the same number of genes. Now, why is that important? Because this gives you a clear understanding that if rodents and people have the same amount of genes, life must be determined by something above and beyond the genes. Above and beyond DNA. So, the definition, black genetics, put this in your notes if you're taking notes. Black genetics, IQ definitions for information and intelligence. Intelligence is the stored memory of different arrangements of charge, movement of charge, or vibration. This is life and electricity. Information is growth and or change as a direct or indirect result of a conscious organism utilizing intelligence. Alright, that's very important in our conversation of where did life come from, where did it start, evolution versus creation. Alright, so there are subtitles to the conference. Science versus mythology. Alright, and I've already talked in depth about my feelings on mythology, so I won't go into my feelings here on mythology. Alright, or titling ancient sciences / information as mythology. Peace to the Rev. Yes, yes. Alright, and then also my personal battle, the health prime minister against the racist ideologies in academic and the Western medical establishment. So, we will be talking about Heliopolis, or not directly, but we'll talk about what they taught there in terms of the science of matter being based on the number 9, Hermopolis, which talked about genetics, and the science being based on the number 8. So we have ancient systems already that taught the wave and particle, that taught the creation of all matter in the universe, and taught the creation of all life within that matter, or animated matter. Right? So we have a new understanding of particle wave duality, how this particle wave duality has been expressed in binary coding, which has allowed us to create technology and advance thus far. Alright? Now, this is crucial to understand in terms of health, science, and everything else. There's a huge illusion that we're all under, and that illusion is in the mirror. Alright? Don't get distracted, folks. The mic, there's nothing to see here. Right? So wait. So this is an illusion, though. The illusion in the mirror is that we are what we see reflected back to us in the mirror. The reality is that we are nothing more than an amalgamation of cells. Everybody is a bunch of cells. This is the true you. This is the real you. Right? And in order to be optimally healthy, you're going to have to get back comfortable with this guy again. Okay, this is who we are. Alright? So when we look at this wave particle duality, understand that it's bigger than technology. It is also you. Because when we look at the body, we are an amalgamation of particles known as cells. Alright? So, when you deal with the wave particle duality, we're dealing with waves of potential or waves of pure energy, and focused attention turns those waves of potential into particles or actual matter. Alright? This is already scientific fact. The mind can affect subatomic particles because the mind is a self-steering magnetic field. This self-steering magnetic field is known as consciousness. Your mind is a minuscule piece of the source, and subatomic particles are the most primitive state of charge. This is proof scientifically that we are God. Matter is made from particles. Particles are made from focused thought and raw waves of energy. Mind controls the conversion of energy into matter. Alright? This is already concretely proven inside of laboratories all over the world when dealing with quantum science. Every experiment that they've run, the problem is that the observer observing the experiment changes the dynamics of the experiment. So, we'll go deeper in the future into the photoelectric effect and its applications in biology, but for here, we'll suffice to say that this is the science of how photons become electrons. All right? So we're looking at something that's not tangible becoming tangible. We're looking at something that's not touchable becoming matter. All right? Right here with the photoelectric effect. It begins with photons and their relationship to electrons. Now, this here I just put for information's sake. This is the original experiment where they discovered the relationship between waves and particles. All right? The name for the state before waves, or before we get into duality, which is what we were taught for thousands of years, our ancestors left a duality, right? So before we get into the wave particle, which is the new term just for duality, it's called quanta. This is the name for the state before wave particle duality sets in, quanta. All right? Now, who is this guy? Anybody? Yes. King Midas. King Midas, everything King Midas touched turned gold. Right? Now, for the most part, that sounds slick. You would like to have the King Midas touch, where everything you touch turned gold. But the problem with King Midas and everything he touched turning to gold is that he never was able to feel anything real. He was never able to feel the touch of a person, the touch of a tree, how water felt, wind. Everything he touched turned to gold. You see? So, physicist Nick Herbert. This is physicist Nick Herbert's take on this. And he applied, this is a way where you can see, because a part of the subtitle to the conference is Science versus Mythology. Right? So just within this one slide here, you can see how the term mythology is derogatory in a sense because it removes the functional part from the stories that we pass down. Humans can never experience the true texture of quantum reality, which is what exists beyond subparticles or subatomic level, because everything we touch turns into matter. See, now that's a scientific fact, and it was encoded in the story of King Midas and the story of the touch of gold. So this is a quote-unquote myth, but this is the actual science behind it, right? And then if you're enrolled or signed up to EnqiTV.com, we're going to go further in our classes, right? Mind, energy, matter. All right. This is how we go. This is the science that we were left, that we were missing. Only mind can touch mind. Now, some people that might be hard to catch, but mind does touch. Sight is a sense of touch. Hearing is a sense of touch. Smelling is a sense of touch. Everything we have is actually a sense of touch. So when we look at the mind touching something, for instance, if I stare at, boom. If I stared at him long enough and he looked right up at me. Women kind of have that a little bit more fine-tuned than men, because they can be like in a crowded club and be on one side of the club all the way over there and feel that guy that's burning her neck up all the way. There's 1,000 people in there, but she can, why? Because she can feel his eyes on her. You can feel somebody watching you. It's a physical touch. Now, if matter makes contact with energy, and this is the whole problem they're having in the laboratory with trying to understand the quantum reality. Every time you observe, you change what you observe. Every time gross matter touches energy, it turns into matter, just like King Midas. So if matter makes contact with energy, that energy is converted instantly to matter. This forever forms a barrier between matter and mind, or man and deity. Right? Because we're trying to experience something that exists outside the parameters of physicality with physical bodies. You can't do that. It's impossible. You can only do that with this. The thing that connects you to the source, that small piece of the source that you have, or that you are. Right? So if mind creates particles from waves, right? This is the question. Why have we dedicated all of our active awareness, our study and research, R&D, to studying particles of waves instead of the mind, the thing that controls the particle or wave, the wave particle conversion? Hence, the divide between church and state. State will handle the study of waves, particles, and religion will serve as the initiatory system to tie down and train the minds of the masses until they may join in the work of deity. Now, this is because of this ancient powerful fact. If we are all controlling the creation of the world we live in, then people's thoughts are a lot more dangerous than they know. So we have to have a global system of morally training the perception. The group think, the group ideology, so that we are creating in conjunction with the source instead of against it, which is what we're doing now. That's why the technology is tearing up the planet and everything on it. All right? We're operating outside that dynamic. Now, who's this guy? Most people don't know this guy. All right? This is one of Minister Enqi's favorite gentlemen. Right? No, I'm serious. This is the guy, like he said, I'm with a grain of salt, obviously, but I feel like we're birds of a feather, me and this guy. He's famous for discovering that the universe is made from the waters of Nu. I kid you not. From 1944 to 1947, in the lab of Berkeley and Princeton, David Bohm worked tirelessly to prove, and he was successful, that the entire universe is a living fluid of plasma. A living fluid of plasma. So now we'll get terminology off. We'll say living fluid of plasma, the perfect fluid. There's quite a few different names that they call it plasma. Then in your body, wherever it's found, it has a different name. Right? But nonetheless, this is still what we knew of as the waters of Nu. So this is the earliest we were taught with the waters of Nu, that we live in a fluid of plasma. And plasma, we know, you can Google search it, is 99.9999% of the universe. Right? That last 0.0001 is just energy, fluid energy. Alright? So here we talk a little bit about the electron movement and how plasma affects that. That's not a big deal. A body is a building of many cells. Alright? Cells are like little apartments. Alright? You look at them as apartments, and then you can look at them again on another micro scale as bricks. The ancient masters understood that form, the shape of a thing, dictates the function of a thing. And the reason being is because the shape of a thing dictates how energy will move inside that thing. So form dictates function. And the magnetic field is the grand architect and maintenance man of form. Magnetic fields hold biological forms in place. So somebody would say, for instance, and usually you'll get questions like this from a child, because their mind is just not hindered by programming. So they'll say, well, Dad, if my body is made up of cells, why don't the cells just fall down? Or if this wall is made out of little particles, why can't I hit it and then all the particles? And you just look at them and be like, glad you don't come to my lectures. Right? But that's because we know now that magnetic fields hold those things in place. Alright? So the wave aspect of our cells is what is studied under biophotonics. All right, so this is the new science that will be replacing Newtonian physics. All right, so y'all will be ahead of the learning curve. They're getting ready to change all the textbooks. Newtonian physics is going to be gone, or it's going to take a sidestep, and they're going to start teaching light physics under the name of biophotonics. It's basically how photons affect and run your biology. So what I'm telling folks is this is basically a new scientific term for light body science. So, you know, we know from the ancient, the light body science in Africa or in China, they teach the diamond body in China. Same science. All right, now it's biophotonics. So now it'll be accepted. Now it won't be pseudoscience or metaphysics. Now it'll be biophotonics. Check this out. So it's the mechanism of entanglement that allows information transfer at light speed. All right. Every cell in your body, and you have billions and trillions of cells. Every one of them has to be in communication with every other cell in your body for you to maintain health. Every other cell. So what they were trying to figure out is how it is that these photons move fast enough to reach every single cell. And they realized it's a formula. It's called the Einstein-Rosenberg paradox, I think it is. Anyway, how can light travel in so many directions at faster than light speed to make this information transfer work? And it doesn't. But the fact that waves and particles exist simultaneously allows the wave being produced by every particle or every cell of light species to be entangled so that the information doesn't have to travel anywhere. They're actually always connected. So every single cell in your body is always connected. Once one becomes disconnected, that's a potential cancer cell. All right? So we talk about the Dogon and their creation story. But it's important for us to be able to look to the Bible, the Quran, the Persian, Heru, the Dogon, the ancient Chinese traditions, the Mesoamerican traditions, and be able to find be able to use today's technology to refine and understand what our ancestors left us, right? So we talk about Amma in the Dogon tradition, right? But when we go to the Islamic traditions, they talk about Hama, right? Hama, life coming from Hama. And when you go to the biblical traditions, they talk about life coming from Ham, right? So, why this is important? Because we see this egg, so we get where the egg came from. We're looking at the elliptical circuit of Sirius. So we get that. What's inside the egg? What's inside the egg is plasma. Plasma. And binary fission is exactly how the universe was created and how the universe is spread out and duplicated itself. All right? And we'll walk through the process really slowly, but I want you to look at this. So you have a source. Remember, we started as one and all. That one, that all, differentiated into everything that we see, and we are still differentiated pieces of this one source. So that's how we are all connected spiritually. All right? Talk about that. We'll come back. Plasma. This is what's important about that egg. All right? So on the one hand, we can look at the Dogon egg myth and say it's myth, but inside the egg is yolk. Yolk is plasma. Then we look out into space and see that space is 99.99999% plasma and say, well, wait a minute. Maybe they had something to that egg analogy, right? And then we talk about plasma on a more local scale, turning the Earth into a almost like a petri dish where life could exist in our own small ecosphere. So it's actually plasma that protects our planet so that life can even exist on it. If there wasn't plasma around this planet creating the bubble, the vacuum that we live in, life would not be able to exist. So the interplay between plasma and gases is very underlooked and underspoken about in biology. But it's gases that your body runs on. You need oxygen, you need water to survive. Water is what? Two gases, right? Hydrogen and oxygen. So that's the key. All right. So the Big Bang, thunder, cosmic background radiation, right? How does that sit with what our ancestors left us? Very simple. All right. Let's go back to this picture. Now, you have one thing, right? In order for it to become two, you have to have a break. At the moment you have that break, you're going to have a couple of different things happen. The first thing that's going to happen is you're going to create an electric potential. All right? When you break, the electricity that's circulating in this one body, when you make a break, is going to be an uneven distribution of electrons in these two new pieces. And electricity always goes from highest to lowest potential. So at the moment that you have that egg crack, right? The moment Humpty Dumpty falls off the wall and that egg cracks, that creates a potential. That potential then creates what? An electric discharge. So now we have light. That electric discharge, that light, now creates sound. So now we have the Big Bang. Right? This is very simple when we get it like this, right? So it goes from high potential to low potential, you get your Big Bang, and you get your background radiation coming out of the hydrogen. Now what is this? This is the oldest light in the universe. The oldest light in the universe. Now, what this means for me, and this is something that I've always said, when we're looking up into space for intelligent life, that is an insult. Space itself is intelligent life. All right? And the proof is the background microwave radiation. All right? So they talk about it in terms of the hydrogen line. The hydrogen line, 21 centimeter line, refers to the electromagnetic radiation spectral line that is created by a change in the energy state of neutral hydrogen atoms. This electromagnetic radiation is at the precise frequency of 1420.405751777 megahertz, which is equivalent to the vacuum wavelength of 21.106.114.05413 in free space. This wavelength or frequency falls within the microwave radio region of the electromagnetic spectrum, and it is observed frequently in radio astronomy since those radio waves can penetrate the large clouds of interstellar cosmic dust that are opaque to visible light. Now, I know, trust me, I try to cut down the scientific jargon as much as possible, all right? But why this is important? Because we talked about in the Enqi book, and this is the addendum to that, how important copper is in your DNA and how copper picks up radio waves. Remember, inside your radio, there's nothing but copper. Everything else inside of a radio is an amplification tool to make the sound much louder. But it's copper that actually picks up the sound. The same copper that's in your DNA, in your biology, in your skin, coming out in your liver, in the various hormones that the liver synthesizes. All right? The microwaves of the hydrogen line come from the atomic transition, this is important, between the two hyperfine levels of hydrogen. So this talks about, again, going back to that same thing that's being noticed in the photoelectric effect. You're going from something intangible, something that we've acquainted with the spirit. In all of the spiritual texts, light is equated with spirit. So we're talking about light or spirit being converted into matter, right? Which is what animates all life, the electron, the basic unit of matter, all right? Oh, and this last thing here, this guy here, the frequency of the quanta. Remember I told you earlier, quanta is, before we deal with that duality, the frequency of the quanta that are emitted by this transition between two different energy levels is given by the Planck-Einstein relation. Planck-Einstein relation. So just remember that. Einstein got a lot of credit, but he should not have. Max Planck should have got the credit that Einstein got. But that's another conversation. So, we would deal with L. Why will we deal with L? Because this is in a lot of our spiritual texts. L, Elohim. You look at masonry, right? So why is that important? Gas placed in a magnetic field expands at right angles to the field. Gas placed in a magnetic field expands at right angles to the field. All right? This is when you're dealing with diamagnetic properties. All right? Why is that important? Because that's when you're dealing with charged magnets. All right? This is like the Earth. Paramagnetic. All right? It expands in the direction of the field. Ferromagnetic. It expands in the direction of the field. So if you're dealing with diamagnetic fields, gas expands at right angles. All right? That is key to keep in mind for those taking notes. And I know this might be a little science. All right? With the previous chart in mind, you can see how easily blah, 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 blah. All right? Well, this is actually referring to something that's not the last one. This part right here. So let me make that disclaimer. This is a page from the book, The Melanin Mindstate. All right? So this top line refers to the page before in the actual book. Here we're going to Elohim. Now, this is taken directly from Hebrew. So the first thing we need to know about Hebrew is that these things did not exist. There would be no L, no O, and no I in Hebrew because vowels were created very late in Hebrew. In fact, vowels were created by people who were not native speakers of Hebrew to try to understand the language. So when you deal with the original Hebrew, which comes out of the Aramaic, I believe, your Elohim would look like this. L-H-M. All right? And when you deal with H and M, that was the Hebrew term for darkness or blackness. All right? And then we're dealing with the L. All right? L means God, gods, or creators alike. Elohim is actually God, blackness, or God, darkness. The L is important because it demonstrates the genius we know it took to build the pyramids. When electrons and protons cross each other in the core of the sun at 90-degree angles, photons are produced. So now, with the photoelectric effect actually talks about how photons turn into electrons. But now here, we see that electrons are actually creating photons in the core of the sun. All right, when electrons oscillate in a conductor, they also create magnetic lines at 90 degrees to their line of force. L is actually a symbol for the dark matter or electromagnetic field that pre-existed all things. That electromagnetic field was known as Anansi, the spider, the all-wise and intelligent creator from which all things come and return. All right, so now, let's go to the Temple of Dendera. Why is that important? Because that is the oldest place on Earth where they have this what's called a cathode tube or an electron vacuum tube. This is where this technology originated. This is the technology that gave us TV sets, cameras, smartphones, laptops, the projector that we're using right now, the lights. Everything came off of these reliefs in the Temple of Dendera. This right here, this diagram is actually used in technical school when teaching these sciences for televisions, etc., etc., etc. And in it, right here, you see that they've actually left our metal netra for H. It's laid on its side, but it's still there, buried in the back of the cathode tube. So you see that the little signatures there for us. But the higher we study this, the technology keeps advancing. So if you notice, well, I'll talk about it in a little while, but Apple just changed everything, and I'm an Apple person. I know we have the Apple versus PC deal, but I'm an Apple person. Apple just changed everything to 64-bit structure. So that should go back. That's even more high king. Apple's on the high king. It just changed everything to 64-bit structure. So the reason is because it gives them more space to upload, etc., etc. But these actually produce plasma. This produces plasma. That's how we went from the tube in the TV to the plasma in the TV, because that's what these tubes produce. So it took them a while to figure out how to harness the plasma being produced by the tube. And once they figured that out, the pictures on the screen got a lot better. Okay? So we're going to see how, and this is why we are not, right, boom, but this is why we're struggling for money. Because we don't want to take the time to study this information that our people left us. Right? Because this is where the technology is coming from. Electron microscopes, electron telescopes. All of this came out of your body. Right? Facebook, Instagram. Right? Nobody rewatching episodes of Power of Empire. Right?
I watch Power, brother.
Hey.
I ain't gonna lie. Almost every
I was in Detroit. I said, wait, when I was in Detroit, I said Empire, and everybody was like, I seen every episode. It was like, oh, I said if you're conscious, you can't watch Empire, right? You have to go home and eat grass. No, this technology comes right out of your body. See, your body is also a vacuum tube. Your body has a vacuum pressure set. That's why it's not healthy to have your body punctured, right? So, your body is the vacuum tube. Your high voltage energy source that it takes for a vacuum tube to operate is the sun. Your skin is the semiconductor or the copper. Your skeleton, made out of calcium and strontium, if we're getting that in our diet, right, is your cathode. So this is how this technology here is here. Right? So now, originally, we knew the states of matter as 3 states of matter. 3-dimension, 3 states of matter. But now we know there's a 4th state of matter, which is plasma. Right? Solid, liquid, gas, plasma. Your body is a plasma machine. Further proof that your body is a plasma machine. Everything your body eats, consumes, it is trying to ionize. Meaning, when you eat solids, your body turns them into liquids. It turns them into liquids so it can turn them into gases because you need hydrogen and oxygen. Right? And you need to keep your plasma, right? Your blood is 70% plasma. Your ears only function because they have plasma sitting at the bottom of them that converts sound waves into sound. Your eyes only function because they're filled with plasma that helps the melanin sitting at the bottom of the retina convert those signals and flip them upside down and shoot them to the back of the brain. Right? It's plasma that does that. Your heart sits inside a bag called the pericardium filled with plasma. So every time it pumps, it's smooth. When that fluid runs out of the heart, congestive heart failure, right? We got congestive heart failure like new joints now, right? Dehydration. What else? Your lungs sit in a bag called pleurisy fluid. That's another form of plasma. In between all our cells and tissues, it's called interstitial fluid. That interstitial fluid is what carries the nutrients in, the toxins out. That's a form of plasma. That's where all the intelligence in your body resides. Your brain sits in a pool of plasma, and inside it has little pools of plasma. The matter that the brain is made out of is not the intelligent part. It's actually the fluid, which is where the intelligence and the information is. Right? So this is what life is about. Solid to plasma. All right? And we'll talk about the secrets of plasma as we move on. All right? So water, fluid, air, etc., etc. This is the guy we have to get a better understanding of. When you start to understand the relationship between water, which is a more simple form of exotic plasma, you'll see why water doesn't follow any of the Newtonian laws of physics. The reason why water does not follow any of the Newtonian laws of physics is because it is not from our physical reality. It's a little tough to get, but remember, that's why we talked about the transition between photons and electrons, right? That is based on hydrogen. So that's why we talked about hydrogen being the oldest light in the solar system. Water comes from hydrogen. That is the source. Water comes from stars. As stars are fusing, they produce hydrogen, which gets pushed out into the universe. It freezes, becomes ice, asteroids, meteorites, etc., etc. When it hits planets, it breaks back down into water, but that's where water comes from. All right? So this is how that divine intelligence that comes from the all is sifted down into not just your body, but every part of your body that makes up you. All right? So this is why we have to understand that life comes before physicality. All right? So we deal with that atom, or DM. If you're going to talk about the non-physical and the physical, the relationship between them a lot, because non-physical and physical, that's another way of saying wave-particle duality. So every time we see wave-particle duality, understand that's what we've always been talking about in terms of physical and non-physical, right? So, atom, right? Again, we're going to move those vowels, and we're going to deal with the dum, meaning red. This is dealing with the thermal radiation, or the infrared, which is below red. This is below the red spectrum in the electromagnetic scale. This is what animates life. This is called ionizing radiation, and it's what animates life. I mean, I can't make this any clearer. It's ionizing radiation. I just told you that life is a process of ionization. This radiation is called the ionizing radiation. When hens lay eggs, it's infrared that gives the egg life. When the hen sits on the egg, it's transferring its infrared in terms of thermal energy, heat, to that egg. That's what allows that egg to develop. That's the same energy that allows a mom's breast to start shooting milk out if she's way across town and the baby, like she could be in Africa, her baby could be in Canada. When that baby gets hungry, her breast's gonna start running with milk. Why? Because they're connected. And the connection is not physical. It's infrared that keeps them connected. And it never breaks. So you can be 100 years old, your son, I don't know, he was drunk driving, he's in jail for the night. Before that phone even ring, you might wake up and say, something wrong with Tony. I felt it in my sleep. Why? Because we're always connected, right? So, let's take another look at our most popular spiritual system, especially here in the States, in the Bible, right? We have big problems with this. People are unable to see the science in these things. So now they're discrediting them, calling them things like myth and things like that. But it just takes time and research. Here's my case in point. Genesis chapter 1, verse 6 to 7. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Right? So if we're talking about evolution and creation, I fear it's only fair that we should talk about, well, let's see what the creation story, if there's any science in there, let's see what's that. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament, or the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. Now, when we look at that, we're like, man, that is baloney. And then the elders are trying to get the young folks to get to church, and it's just not working. See, so we have to work on a new translation. Minister Enqi is going to start working on a new translation. And the Minister Enqi translation is going to look a lot more like this. And God said, let there be an atmosphere in the midst of the plasma, and let it divide the plasma from the plasma. And God made the atmosphere and divided the plasma from the planetary plasma, which were under the atmosphere, right? We're talking about water and the air, from the cosmic plasma, which were above the atmosphere, and it was so. All right, so, and God made the atmosphere and divided the plasma, which were under the atmosphere, from the plasma, which were above the atmosphere, and it was so. So above the atmosphere is cosmic plasma. Below the atmosphere, oxygen and ocean, another terrestrial form of plasma. You, the body of living animals, is another body of plasma. All right, that is all there is. All right, so you have plenty of references. You go to the Quran, you talk about the 7 skies. All right, the 7 skies. If you go to the Dogon information, they talk about the 14 or the 7 twin skies, which are 14 heavens, right? So we have the same ideology, right? So, really quick, I got some videos for y'all too. Hopefully we're taking notes, right? Or not, it's fine. If we're not taking notes, this will be on video. And if you are a member of Enqi TV, okay, I have no idea where my speaker is. What I'm looking for right there. Give me a second. I found my speaker. I need a charger. You got a charger? Anybody have an Android phone charger? Oh, never mind, got it. Alright. So I got some video because I want y'all to go in depth with the science today. So we're going to be here for a while. We're going to eat good, but we're also going to work. I know people just want to hear Minister Enqi tell jokes and say, don't eat pork. But sometimes we have to actually work. Have to stretch your mind. Today we will get it in. No, why you do that to me?
And material each time.
Ah, here we go.
And this 3D printing forms an object. So a bunch of scientists from a company called Carbon 3D.
Very important.
It's a totally new kind of 3D printing.
You
They were actually
this?
inspired to make it from the movie Terminator 2.
You see this? What's happening here?
Conventional 3D printing involves a printing head that passes over and over across a platform, depositing a
This
thin
is
layer.
3D printing now. This is the
And this
new
3D
thing.
printing forms an object continuously out of a liquid resin. So what's happening here is you have a bath of liquid resin that solidifies when light.
That liquid resin is a synthetic form of plasma.
Resin, and as it rises up, you have a projector underneath the resin pool that's projecting a series of cross-sectional images that are in the exact shape of the image.
This is why I have to show you this. Billions and trillions of dollars are being created off this technology. This is your body. This is how life came about. So people know this, and the people that know this are keeping that information for themselves so that they can monetize it. While people are suffering from health problems and all kinds of other problems because they don't have this information. Not to mention all of the mental problems that come from having the dichotomy between God and life. So when we look at this, how this works, it's very simple. This is exactly how life was created. You have a source of UV radiation, light. You have a picture, template, a vision, a visual. That light shines into the picture. When it shines into the picture, the photons from the UV light arrange themselves just like the picture. They then move in that form into the plasma, and the plasma makes the actual physical representation of that. That's how life is created in the heavens above us all the time. So we have to get here as if we're going to make serious changes, if we're going to make strides forward, if we're going to become progressive. This is what we have to get. Where is our volume?
There you go.
Alright. Alright, so volume came after the video is going on. I think I have another one for us. Pay attention, people. It gets deeper.
It may be the most eye-catching development
Oh my goodness. What did I do?
in printing since Gutenberg invented the printing press 600 years ago. A machine that can make copies of almost anything. But this time,
Now look, I know some of y'all didn't even see that 3D printer that I just showed y'all in the plasma before. So you might think that is a leap forward, but this is why I'm showing
it's
you.
3D.
We're really behind.
Science
That's not
fiction,
even up to date.
but 3D
This is up to
printing
date.
is
Watch this.
already in use. Building hearing aids, jewelry, even parts for NASA. Now the technology is becoming available to anyone, meaning you can turn your garage into a small factory. So what would you build if you could create anything? Have a look.
Now look at that. You can create anything. What translation? If you were God. Right?
What you are watching is an ear being printed. Layer upon layer, tiny
That's right.
droplets are deposited.
They're printing an ear with a printer.
So this is someone's ear.
This would be printed to be someone's ear.
Oh my goodness. The project is a type of 3D printing called bioprinting, led by Dr. Enqi at the Wake Forest Institute for Regenerative Medicine in North Carolina.
Same technology you have at your very own home, but instead of printing sheets of paper with ink, you're actually printing tissues with cells.
Did you hear that?
The premise
They're printing
is to
tissues with
send a
cells.
scanned image of a body part to the printer, and the machine starts building.
Now, what are they using to print these body parts? Plasma. They're taking a person's plasma from out of their body. So, for instance, if you need an extra nose, we're going to grab your plasma, take your plasma, we're going to take your cells, and they even have a technology that I learned about when I was just in the hospital with twins. And this is how you know, like you just got to think, there's a lot of stuff going on. They have a new technology where they can wash your blood off the floor. So, after your blood comes out, there's a cleanup crew that now comes into the delivery room. And they can wash your blood. Like say for instance, before you give delivery, especially if you do like a C-section, they make you sign papers and say if there's a possibility you might need a transfusion. Do you want to get the transfusion? You say no. I'm going to let you know in advance. You say no, they get ready to put you under the full court press. They're going to bring everybody down, short of Jesus, like sign the papers. We want to give you a transfusion. You might need a transfusion. You almost need. I think you need a transfusion. You might need a transfusion. You be scared to death. So if you hold your guns, no. They will let you know that there are people that can come and take the blood you lose and wash it and put it back in you. So I'm always in Enqi vision. You know what question I ask? How long have they been using that technology? Number one. And what if we say no? What's to stop this guy from still cleaning people's blood and grabbing it anyway? I said, well, sir, that really doesn't happen too often. We have experiments and research that we can use the blood for, so it's a life-saving technique, blah, 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 blah. Only thing I heard was you could pick people's blood up off the floor, do research, create technology and medicine, monetize it, make money without sharing the people that originally put that blood on the floor. So that's my problem. It's not even a moral issue. I just need to be cut in with the cash for me. I just need to get cut in. Right? You take my blood and you make $100. I just want like 60. Think it's fair. You know, you got to take your time, do your research and all that stuff too.
Low level of bacteria disseminated at C2E2.
Wow.
Chicago version of Comic-Con.
Yeah.
It's just last weekend in April. Stood there with the guy with the podcast and his camera crew. You step on a pedestal. It rotates you on the pedestal. The laser comes in.
Whoa.
Scans you.
They doing a whole 3D printing of people?
A whole 3D printing. And you can get it in color. And
Now here's the thing. And this is why people gotta understand this technology. So now, when I make it okay for people to come in, and I'll probably do something where I let people volunteer and make it a nice event. Come in and we do some of these scans. Probably charge you just a little bit more than it cost me to make these. Because what am I getting in return? In order to do a full 3D print, I'm going to need to give you an in-depth scan. The scan, we don't know how much info it's taking and recording about us as it's taking the scan. Now they can make an index of genetic information and start to sell that information. The information sales is the big money. That's how social media generates their money. They sell personal information. So once we start scanning bodies, personal information on steroids, right? So we need to get this, right? This is the problem. The Newtonian law took God and the spirit out of science. All right, so this is where the problem comes in at for Minister Enqi. All right, I have to bring back in the spirit into the science. I'm not giving up my science, and I'm not giving up my God. Okay, so I need that to be on record from conference. I'm not giving up my God or my science. So I'm keeping my textbooks and my religious books. All right, so again, we're going to direct your attention back to this process of going from solids to plasmas to solids, right? Now, what I want you to get, every time we look at this, I'm going to add more information so you get a deeper understanding. How does ionization work? Ionization, ions. So we're talking about electricity, electrons. The state of matter changes as you add more energy to it. The more energy you add to a solid, it becomes less dense. So when I add a certain level of energy to a solid, I can make it into a liquid, right? If I take, one of you, I can add enough heat to you and melt you, right? I can add some more energy to that heat, right? Basic, simple form of energy that we can all control in our kitchens to provide experimentation, right? But there's different types of energy. But I can add some heat to liquid and turn it into a gas, right? You can put some water on the stove and watch it boil out the steam, right? Then we can add some more energy to that gas and watch that gas become a plasma. Now, when gas becomes plasma, a lot of things happen. So, in all of my books and our classes, what I've been teaching is to get a very simple understanding of what plasma is. I call this conscious gas. Plasma is living gas. Living gas. All right? Because what David Bohm was able to do in 1947 was demonstrate that the plasma actually thinks. It's actually self-organizing. So it is actually conscious. All right? So, DNA versus histones. Now, when we talk about removing spirit or God or source or creator from science, that is what the theory of evolution does. It makes DNA the primary cause. All right? We have to be able to put this thing in its proper perspective because people are going to come to this conference and they're going to try to avoid addressing the more difficult areas of their argument. There are quite a few people attacking Minister Enqi right now trying to prove evolution, and they don't want to deal with this. In fact, one of the brothers we had a conversation with, and I asked him, I said, so what is protein? He said, what do you mean, what is protein? I said, how can I have a scientific conversation I said we went from science to nigga and all that. You mean what is protein? DNA takes the place of the primary cause when you deal with evolution. Everything comes from your DNA. That is what controls life. All right? Now, the other problem with this is it creates the victim mindset. See, it creates poverty consciousness. We have to eradicate that. How does evolution create this as a subset or underpinning ideology? Simple. If you have the gene for breast cancer, then you're gonna get breast cancer because you have the gene. Obviously, there's nothing you can do because you have the gene. So now go home, slap your mom, slap your dad. Why is you happy if you're gonna kill you? What is this? You see? That's a victim mindset. When we know that there's something that's bigger, higher, and in control of the DNA, then that takes us out of that victim mindset. But the problem is, if we say that in a religious setting, people who are scientifically inclined will move away from this ideology because it sounds spooky. So you have to be able to couch it in scientific language so they can see. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about what actually programs DNA. Where does DNA acquire information? Because that is a part of this conversation, evolution versus creation. Where does information come from? Right? So, these guys, histones. This is the smoking gun in this argument. The histones. These are very under-discussed in biology. Alright? So every time we got a picture of DNA that looked like this, it was deceptive because your DNA is only like this 0.1% of the time. Alright? So this winding staircase routine we've been sold is baloney. Your DNA is only looking like a winding staircase when it's methylated. Alright? That's for protein transcription. Outside of that, your DNA looks like this. Wrapped up tightly around these histones. Why? Because it's the histones that pulls the information from your body's plasma and writes it into your DNA. Now, our ancestors told us about this with the Agdo, the Kamenu, stories like that. Today, they will talk about this very same science in terms of epigenetics. So when we had the Agdo, the Kamenu in times long gone, now we have epigenetics saying the exact same thing. The emotion, the stress that you encounter in this lifetime will be written into your genetic code passed on to your children. The food you eat, the alcohol you drink, the cocaine you tried at 17, whatever. That is going to be in your genes and you're going to pass that down to your children. Period. So if you're 20 and you get high and you're 50 and you have children, your children will still have those genes passed down to them. On the flip side, if you dedicate your life to bodybuilding, your child will have those genes passed down to them. That's epigenetics. The bigger story to epigenetics is that it's saying that DNA does not have the last say. It's saying that the environment, it's saying that the sunlight, it's saying that all the things that come to us freely from outside of our body control the DNA. Genes are stored memory. So remember, in order to create a memory, a thing has to be experienced and then it becomes memory. It doesn't happen in reverse. So we don't have information that came from nowhere that then becomes a gene. No. At some point, the organism has to experience something. That information has to come from somewhere before it gets crystallized in the DNA as genetic information. All right? And that's an ongoing basis. So I take you to the ancient terminology with the Agdo, Kameno, etc. The new terminology with the epigenetics, but where's the transition? Oh, the good book, right? sins of the father. You will visit on the children, 7 generations deep. Genetics. Yeah. That's a genetic. Listen, I try to tell folks that Bible is a genetics book. That's a genetics textbook. 70% of that Bible is dedicated to such and such begat such and such, begat such and such, begat such and such.
Showing you the line.
The main family they following through the book is all about the conscious community. What do the conscious community talk about? Pineal gland, etc. The whole Bible explodes at that point. Because that's the first place pineal was ever even discussed ever. So people in the conscious community, quote unquote, will throw out the Bible and keep pineal gland. Like, whoa. You can't throw out the Bible and use pineal. Because that is the whole story of the Bible. You're following the 12 tribes of Israel, David, Jesus, all those folks trace themselves back to this moment at pineal, wrestling with God. Right? I saw the face of God at pineal. So we'll leave that there. But that's the science. So, this is what our ancestors gave us, right? Ra, the hidden one, and then 4 sets of twins. Shu and Tefnut, twins. Yeb and Nut, twins. Asar and Seth, twins. Isis, Nephthys, twins. Right? 4 sets of twins. Here are your 4 sets of twins inside your biology. These are the histones. Your 4 sets of twins, and here's Ra, the hidden one. This hidden one, this happens literally in your biology. This hidden one creates these 4 sets of twins. So, our ancestors told us that this hidden one creates these 4 sets of twins. Science tells us that this hidden one that creates these 4 sets of twins writes all of the information into the DNA that then controls creation. Our ancestors told us that this hidden one that made these 4 sets of twins control all of creation. I'll just leave that there. Right? But then we can go up to China. Woo! What did they tell us in China? The very same thing. And they even actually created a system in China, or developed a system in China from Africa, right? Where you can actually tap into the intelligence of the cosmic and terrestrial plasma, which is why we have the Enqi book. That is what this book is for. I don't know. Maybe I see that, maybe. But that's what that system is for. That's why the High King is the only system of divination tested on Earth that actually works. It's the only one that they can actually test and quantize results from. Alright? Because that is a very old, ancient, specific system of tapping into plasma. Alright? That's why there are 64 major symbols. 64 major symbols, 64 major possibilities for protein transcription, right? Okay. All right. So, inside the DNA, talk about the light body. When we talk about the light body, we are talking about bioluminescence, chemiluminescence. That is the ability of living organisms to light up. They talk about that in spiritual science. They talk about that in conscious. They talk about that in weird psychic circles, right? The body lighting up, halos, auras, right? Aura, what is that? We have Lux genes. Lux genes are the genes that actually encodes for lighting up. It's luciferin, that is a protein that when it is in the presence of luciferase, an enzyme, and oxygen, it produces light. Now, why can't we do this right now? Because in our cells, we have antagonists for this operation. Glucose and iron. Alright? Now, iron, like the iron in our red blood cells, is an antagonist for this process. Now, if the iron is safely in your red blood cells, it cannot hinder this process. However, if we are on a diet filled with nitrogen, we're on a diet filled with nitrogen. What is the largest source of nitrogen in the American diet, Brother Darren?
Beans.
No. Meat. Listen, Brother Darren was just setting y'all up. He really knew the answer. Right? So, when we're loaded up on all this meat, it's pushing the iron from our red blood cells into our tissues, which is why 90% of America is anemic. Okay? You're loading up on iron pills and then steak and chicken at the same time. You're just moving in circles. All right? Now, you also have 8 essential sugars that your body needs every day, just like the 8 essential amino acids. We are loaded with glucose, which is not the most optimal. Your brain doesn't even want to run on this. Your brain wants to run on galactose. All right? And why? The reason why is because of the milk sugars. The milk sugars actually catalyze your spiritual and mental growth. So, here we have to expose a very nasty little trick that's been played on you. All right? So when people tell you you're lactose intolerant, they are actually not talking about the entire milk that you are intolerant to. Milk has, the way your body develops, babies develop, it takes time for the baby's digestive system to fully develop. So, milk does not have to pass through the digestive system to go to the bloodstream. That's how the mom can feed the baby milk, and the baby, without a full digestive system, can process and utilize milk. It goes right to your bloodstream. So the problem is when we take milk into our bodies from cows, the body says, hey, we're not a cow. What is this? And starts to push that out and give you uncomfortable sensations. That's where the milk intolerance comes from. So why am I explaining that? So that we know that the milk sugars your body can still use. Because the sugars that are present in milk are present in a variety of fruits, and we never have those problems. So if you have dates, black figs, etc., you're supposed to technically have the same milk intolerance level for those things, if it has anything to do with the sugar, but we don't. So we have to find a way to get these into our diet outside of the milk. And you can do that, like I said, dates, black figs, etc. All right? Low glucose stress triggers catalyze your spiritual and mental development. Low glucose stress triggers, all right, and cortisol. Cortisol, low glucose, and stress triggers. Now, where have we heard prior to today that cortisol, low glucose, and stress triggers can catalyze your spiritual and mental growth? Come on, Rev, you're supposed to know that answer.
I know.
The Bible. Yes. See, I'm trying to show you how scientific jargon confuses people. When I say cortisol, low glucose, and stress triggers catalyze your spiritual and mental development, that sounds crazy. But I can say it fast, and then you'll get it immediately. This is what a fast produces. The moment you start fasting, your liver starts producing cortisol. Your body starts to burn all the glucose in the stores. These are your stress triggers. This is how these things eliminate the glucose, producing CM. Now, CM is a specific thing that we're going to talk about more in depth. But CM activates the LUX genes. And this is very important because throughout this, see, when they didn't know what they was playing with this evolution and creation conference. When I go through, I'm going to give you the creation for everything. So, CM, write that down in your notes. This is the creation of pheromones, hormones, cytokines, all of those things come from CM. That is the originator, the creator the creation of those things, and we'll get into the specifics a little bit more. Now, bioluminescence, all right? This is just for the notes, because I want to make sure we cover everything, so I want to speed. But this is just for your notes. So it talks about some of the firefly, jellyfish, and some of the bacteria. Now, two things that are, well, actually, we'll talk about, no, we'll do the two, all right? I'll let my brother tonight talk to you about the jellyfish. But the firefly and the luminescent bacteria. Bacteria are cells that do not have a nucleus. So when we talk about the first cells on the planet, I need you to know that we're talking about bacteria. Now, the tricky thing about that is, and me and science disagree a little bit here, because the bacteria and the original one-celled organisms are called prokaryotes. The newer cells that are more complicated are called eukaryotes, just like eumelanin. Eumelanin, eukaryotes. You have that. But your red blood cell does not have a well-defined nucleus. So your red blood cell is more akin to bacteria. You need to keep that in your mind when we talk about luminescent bacteria. Then, when we talk about this firefly, right, what I had to show was in Peru, or when you go into the hieroglyphics or the Medu Neter or the Cometian spiritual systems, they talk about two types of beetles. And because people aren't scientifically inclined, usually, that are studying those materials, they miss this little fact right here, which brings that spiritual system to life. Because when we think of beetles, we think about the one beetle that rolls duty around. Two, you have the transformative beetle that's always glowing and lit up throughout the whole Egyptian text. Fireflies are that transformative beetle. Fireflies are that transformative beetle that's written down in the hieroglyphs, the Persian, Peru, etc., etc. This is Kepler, right? And you can look it up on your smartphone or Google it right now. Fireflies are not flies. They are beetles. All right? So, yes, we got to get some anatomy in.
What do cells do? Cells.
Don't be
Cells are the
insulted.
basis of all living.
I got this from a young man's homework from school.
Organisms have parts. Unicellular organisms consist of only
Might
one
not be
cell,
smart in the fifth grade.
while other multicellular organisms consist of many cells. Prokaryotic cells. Prokaryotic cells lack a nucleus. Prokaryotic cells reproduce by means of binary fission. These cells also contain
Now
much
remember, I
less
showed you the
complex
universe also reproduces this way.
Some prokaryotic cells are so simple that some people even argue that they are not living
As
at all.
above, so below.
Eukaryotic cells. Eukaryotic cells reproduce by the process of mitosis. They have a nucleus that contains the cell's DNA and controls the cell. These cells can be either plant or animal cells. Eukaryotic cells are the only type of cells that can form a multicellular organism.
Multicellular organisms. That's what you are. This is the author of our lovely video here.
What are they?
This is a tissue.
This is actually a tissue.
A group of cells.
This is another reason why I put this up. This is actually the main reason why I put this up, this small little section.
And
While
that's
they play.
nervous, muscle, and epithelial.
I'll turn him down.
Connective tissue.
Your tissue. You gotta know this. Remember I told you, you are nothing but a cell. Your body is just a large group of cells held together by a magnetic field. So when you deal with the body, you understand, you have to understand. Cells come together.
What's the main job? Several things throughout the body.
Alright. Cells come together. When cells practice unity, right? Unity, it's called a tissue. When those tissues practice unity, now you have an organ or gland. Just that simple. Cells come together for a purpose. You have tissue. Tissues come together for a purpose. You have a gland or organ. Just that simple. And on the sidebar, I think it's on a slide, but if it's not on a slide, you'll have it. It's a sidebar. Inside cells, when proteins participate, practice unity, it's called a pathway. Right? That's how things get done in cells. So when we hear people talk crazy, body doesn't need protein. Body doesn't need pre-digested, dead, denatured proteins. But you do need amino acids so that your DNA can synthesize the proteins your body needs. So that's the confusion, right? So I want y'all to get some of this, just a little bit of this anatomy work. All right? With notes, understanding, so we get an idea of some of this stuff, how it looks.
Cells are the smallest living units of an organism. All cells have three things in common, no matter what type of cell they are. All cells have a cell membrane, which separates the inside of the cell from its environment.
It's very important.
Cytoplasm, which is a jelly-like fluid.
The plasma of the cell,
which is the cell's genetic material.
The crystallized plasma that holds the information.
There are two broad categories of cells. The first category is eukaryotic cells. They have organelles, which include the nucleus and other special parts. Eukaryotic cells are more advanced, complex cells, such as those found in plants and animals.
All right. Why do they got the mouse there? What did I start off the show?
Same.
Humans and mice. Almost exactly the same number of genes. But then a mouse is down on all fours eating garbage from them way up there. To me, that's a no-brainer. Like, okay, obviously DNA is not the star of the show. Or we'd all be running around with Ninja Turtles, right?
Plasma membrane is made up of several organic molecules. I will concentrate on two of them in this presentation.
This is
First
the
molecule
skin
is
of the cell.
is
Remember this.
phospholipid because instead of the usual 3 fatty acid chains, there are only 2. The third bonding position is with a phosphate group. The phospholipid molecule is divided into a head region and a tail region. The head region is the lipid.
What they were showing right there, I guess my computer screen cut off the slide. So if I didn't know this work, I'd be in trouble. These are your phospholipid layer of your cell membrane, the wall, the outside, the skin of your cell. Why is that important to know that it's made with fat? So that we know that you do need oils, you do need fats, you do need cholesterol if you're going to be healthy. It's just the right type of fats and oils. So we have the Moore's head, right? But that's where life comes from. But it's a very key part of life.
Is the glycerol and phosphate group. The tail region has the fatty acid chains.
Phosphate,
The head is
phosphorus.
attracted to water. The tail is hydrophobic, repelled by water.
The tail is
It is this
hydrophobic.
property which allows for
The head is hydrophilic. Hydrophilic means it loves hydrogen. Hydrophobic means it hates hydrogen.
It's a sphere with hydrophilic heads on the surface.
So previously in the classes, I said what scientists say just to make it easier. Hydrophobic means scared of water. Hydrophilic means scared, it means it loves water. But now we need to take it to the next level, so we skip the water below. Hydrogen is the focus, right? And this is how these things work inside the body. This is very important in terms of
away from the water.
the formation
Our
of our
bodies are
cell.
made up of approximately 60% water and trillions of cells. The water can be found inside the cells, outside the cells, and in the bloodstream. The location of water and the phospholipid, hydrophilic, and hydrophobic ends enable the membrane to form a bilayer of lipids. The currently accepted model of the cell membrane was developed by Singer and Nicholson.
Boom. Now, this is the important thing to pay attention to on these guys. This right here. These are like, this is actually a sugar. This is a glycoprotein. And that's why you get those 8 essential sugars. But you have proteins that stick out of the membrane of your cells like hair. They're called IMPs. We're going to talk about those later, but that's very important in the evolution of cells. All right, very important. So this is just a cross-section diagram to give you an example, but I'm going to give you some more colorful examples to drive the point later on. So I just want you to see. And in your body, I cannot underestimate or understate the importance of plasma. So anytime you hear lymph, interstitial fluid, like all these different things are types of plasma in your body. You got to know You have 3 or 4 times as much lymphatic fluid / plasma in your body as you do blood. All right, so that lets you know how important that is to your health. All right, so look up here, membrane. That's what we're talking about. The cell's membrane, right? So I've rewritten it so you can get a different understanding of this. Membrane, membrane, mind-brain, right? We talk about one of the oldest languages, which is the construct for our society being Hebrew. When we deal with this mem or mayim, we're talking about water, right? When we look at our actual brain, it is water that is allowing it to function, right? Let's say we go out to the party tonight. We go out to the club. We get drunk, right? We wake up the next day. We have a banging headache. In fact, it feels like our brain is actually pushing out of our skull, right? It's banging. Might even throw up once or twice, right? Okay, I'm the only one that, okay. That's fine. I will take the offensive charging for the team. Okay? You people are all too smart to do anything like that. I am the ratchet, right? So, what happens is all that alcohol has actually dried your brain up. It's actually drying your brain up. So a quick solution to that is to drink. No, not going to give you a solution. No. The actual solution to the hangover is before going to bed, drink at least a quart or 2 of water. You won't have a hangover anymore. You got to do it right before bed so you don't pee it out immediately. Because after you get drunk, then you got to pee a lot. If you're ever drunk, because who knows, I'm never drunk. Ever. So, even the brain in your skull is just a plasma processing unit. A plasma processing unit. Alright? Understand this. This is the science that will be in our grandchildren's textbooks. This is what they're trying to tap into. This is the gulf that represents our potential in using our brain. Every second, your brain, your subconscious, is processing 10 million bits of information. We only retain in our conscious 40 bits per second. So obviously there's a huge gulf of potential between 40 bits and 10 million bits. Alright? Let's go deeper into this word. Alright, I want to show you something. Mayim, water. This is Hebrew, right? This is the Hebrew word that's in the Bible. Alright, when we look at the English translation, we don't get this info. You go to the original, you go to the Hebrew, this is the word they use for heaven in the Bible. Why is that important? Because this word, right, when you get a transliteration from the Hebrew, it also confuses you. Because the transliteration, watch this, it makes it think like, look at this word here, mayim, 5 letters, right? The transliteration to Shemayim adds 3 more letters. But in Hebrew, it doesn't work that way. In Hebrew, they only actually add 1 letter to mayim, which is the sheen. Sheen. So when you add sheen to water, you get heaven. Or the heavens, which is what's written in the Bible. So now we have to look at this sheen. Sheen must be pretty tricky. Sheen is the eternal flame or the divine essence. So now when we look at this Hebrew word, Shemayim, this is talking about a water with divine flame or eternal flame added to it or divine essence, that spark. Alright? So now, what is the only water that has that spark? That is plasma. So we'll talk about the properties of plasma and how electrons behave differently in plasma. Alright? But, again, I'm just showing you where we had this written down already in different terms because we let terminology and language box us out of information. So if I was describing these bricks, but I had a different set of words to express what I see, my description won't match somebody on the other side of the planet, but we'd be talking about the same thing. Now, if I put thousands of years in between that, it gets even crazier. So we have to be able to go through there and just find the science, all right? Water is not only the rarest liquid in the universe, but two gases found by electromagnetism. The same thing that holds cells together to form tissues and tissues together to form organs. No, it's not, Minister Enqi. It's vitamin D that does that inside your body. Yes, but what is vitamin D? Vitamin D is liquid UV light. Think about it. If we go to the hospital right now and the doctors check your vitamin D level, you know how they do that? They take a blood sample and check your plasma. We're back to plasma again. So in order for a doctor in the hospital to check your vitamin D level, he's actually checking your plasma. So another way of saying that is he's checking the UV level in your circulating plasma. All right. It's all right. They're not going to get nothing past you because they're not going to get nothing past me. All right. Charge distribution is what determines ionization. All right. And density of matter. Charge distribution is what determines ionization and density of matter. Sound, sound, light, heat, infrared, and magnetism are all byproducts of charge movement or electricity. Remember that. It's a very important fact in relationship between these guys. All right? Magnetism and electricity. Plasma, a mass of charged particles. In the physical sciences, a particle is a small, localized object to which can be ascribed several physical or chemical properties, such as volume or mass. In male humans, sperm cells consist of a flat, disc-shaped head, 5 UM by 3 UM in the tail. Wait a minute. We're describing volume and mass. The tail flagellates, which propels the sperm cell, blah, 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 blah. So we're talking about expenditure of energy. Semen has an alkaline nature. Now, when we talk about alkaline, that's telling you what? It has a charge. Right? So now we're telling you, scientifically, semen is a type of plasma. Plasma is the highest level of intelligence that elemental life can express before taking on a physical vehicle for continued evolution. The uterus in a woman is the vortex point that merges conscious plasma fields with physical vehicles. Yes, that is a fly way of saying that the woman is God. Right? Scientific way. Now, who's this gentleman?
KT.
This is KT, the author degree. This is my brother, my research partner. Right? Sometimes my wife looks at me crazy. Who you on the phone with? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. KT. Yeah, right. Damn KT on that phone. Yes, it is. So when we're talking about this information, KT said to me, "You're Enqi, God. Don't forget your magnetism." And when he said that, I didn't know what he was talking about. Enqi is known as the god of the waters, right? So, KT pointed this out to me, and we went through the stories, and I said, wow, this is actually a magnet. And this was actually for, I don't know how long they've been trying to break down the Sumerian tablets, which has the oldest recorded language known as cuneiform, and understand what this was. Because as the God of creation, this tool that he's using in creation is obviously key. This is a magnet. Alright? Now, what's the relationship between this? Enqi being the God of water carrying the magnet. On this planet still today, water does what? It follows the magnetic lines of force of the planet. So that gives the credence to show you where that would be. Now, let's see if these ancients knew anything. Look at your layout in Giza. Look at your layout in Giza. Somebody knew that the topical layout for Giza actually created a specific type of charge movement that facilitated a certain level of information processing. Remember, form denotes function. That's why I told you that in the beginning. Form, the shape, the space of a thing will determine how energy or information moves within that thing. So, when understanding that and looking at Giza, they duplicated that in what you have in your computers called your motherboard. So all the computers right now have the architecture from Egypt to run. Right? And this is your magnetic strip. Right? This is what magnetic fields look like. So when we look up into the universe, and it's the dark matter that they've given the populace to discuss, but scientists don't discuss that because it's not real. It's dark plasma. Right? We know that the color of magnetic fields is black. So that's actually large. We're looking up at night into the magnetic field. We're looking up into the information. We're looking right face to face at God all the time. Proof again. Inside your computer, your cell phone, or anything else that holds information is magnets. Nothing but. It's just magnets. That's why I tell you, don't put what? Your credit card next to a magnet. Because it will let information off there. Right? Now, again, this is just something for you to remember, mnemonic device, how electricity flows in a direction and magnetic fields are created around electricity. I cannot stress this relationship enough. Anytime you have electricity flowing, you will create a magnetic field around it. Anytime you have a magnetic field, you will create electricity flowing through it. Period. They are inseparable. Now, this is your origin of DNA in plasma. Plasmic creation of DNA. The origin of biological DNA started in the cell's plasma, and it's called plasmid. So, when we look in the cells and they talk about DNA containing the information for reproduction, they're not even giving you the full story. Because outside that DNA, outside that nucleus is called a plasmid. The plasmid is the originator of DNA. But then that ties you back into the plasma. So this is how plasma can reproduce itself before there was DNA. So we got to address that if we're going to scientifically address evolution and creation. How was creation taking place before DNA? Right? If we have bacteria that didn't have a nucleus, it means they didn't have DNA. How were they reproducing? You see? That's a killer for these guys with this evolution primary DNA is the primary thing. How are cells reproducing without DNA? You're like, I'm about to watch me a minute TV lecture and find out. These are called Birkeland currents. These are Birkeland currents. These happen in plasma fields. In strong plasma fields, you get a Birkeland current going through there. The information of the plasma field crystallizes itself in this Birkeland current, and that's where we get DNA from. All right? Very simple. This is actually plasma in a magnetic field right here. All right? This right here is the magnetic field, the shape of the magnetic field that we all live in. This is why we actually have this shaped body. So you say to yourself, why is it that it seems like the basic animal structures, 2 arms, a head, 2 legs, why isn't it like 3 legs or like 4 eyes? Because it's the magnetic field that we all live in that determines how things are shaped. This is why we're talking about what holds the form or the shape in place for creation. This is the modern, what they're talking about now, right? But, again, I have to show you that we talked about this thousands of years ago. You see? This is the exact same representation. And who is this guy? That same transformative beetle we were talking about.
Yeah.
Correct. Right? We've been getting this without the magnetic field in the center, but we've been getting this shape for the longest. right? It's the toroidal donut. It's the shape of a magnetic field. You know, it's the center of the shape. There's more to it, right? The nose uses its ability to sense magnetic fields to feed the brain via environmental signals. Environmental signals. This is one of the things that controls the DNA's development, or the memories being written into the DNA in terms of epigenetics. How does this happen? Can you give us some rudimentary something about that? Nose developing the brain. How does the nose develop the brain? I'll give you one good example, and then you'll be able to go further in your research and see how it expands outside and why the noses are shot off all the statues over there when you get to Egypt. Right? Anybody here ever been sick? Stuffy nose? To God. What happens when you get a stubby nose? Immediately, you can't taste any food. But your food is tasted by your taste buds. So taste buds on your tongue actually control your brain's ability to register what you were eating. Then your stuffy nose would not stop your brain from being able to register what it is your food's eating. So it's actually the brain and the nose connection that give you taste. Don't worry. That's why I put my big nose up there. Right? Ah! Pay attention to this guy right here. This is the only video that I probably will let play a good bit of the video. What time is it?
450, 350 or so.
3:50. I still got 2 hours.
Let's keep rolling.
I want y'all to see this. This video is going to show you how nothing more than electricity and magnets creates plasma. Electromagnetism creates plasma. Plasma then creates matter. So we're going to watch this. And remember, magnetic fields do what? Store information. So when you look at the large magnetic field, let me go back to it, that we all live in, this right here will be considered God. This would be your source, right? And it would be a woman, unfortunately, men, because this plasma bubble that all matter was created from will be the womb of this woman. So we have scientific proof, yes, of God, but the downside is God is the woman. So, call your mama when you get home. Mama, you was right. You was wrong, but you was right, Mama.
Okay, but how?
Oh, and this also, this is good. This is good. It got a good little background of the wave particle experiment. Now, this is real science. On August 2nd, there's going to be a lot of people talking about things that they cannot show you, which means it's not observable. If it's not observable, then guess what? It's not science. It must be observable. So we're going to observe magnetic fields create plasma.
Scientists understand many of the properties of light, but light still holds some mysteries that perplex us. Thomas Young first demonstrated the wave nature of light in 1803 with his famed double-slit experiment. And ever since then,
1803.
the world's top minds have debated what the results of this experiment actually mean. Although Young's double-slit experiment is repeated many times every day, we are always left with the same perplexing question that goes to the core of quantum mechanics.
Now this is
and
an
even our
MIT
very
that they're running this
understanding
experiment.
of matter. Is light a particle or a wave? Experiments have revealed that light has the properties of both a particle and a wave, but how can it be both a particle and a wave?
This is the type of TV
Then we
ministry
find
you're
this
watching
to be
at
the
home.
case for all electromagnetic radiation and all matter.
Now that tube was a
This
cathode
leaves the
tube.
world's
Same thing that's
minds
in the
still
glyphs.
searching for answers to this basic question. Is matter a particle or a wave? In this video series, you will be shown the solution to our dilemma. In fact, you are looking at that solution right now. The fields shown around the green photon are electromagnetic fields of opposite polarity, with the red field being of north magnetic orientation and the blue field being of south magnetic orientation.
Now, let me stop this for 1 second and show you something.
It
I'm
will
going
be
to tell you something
proven
else.
that
I don't have the book here today, but the book that I wrote is called The Money Mindstate. It details how the actual Hebrew language, the actual letters in the Hebrew language, sequenced, not in the letter that the sequence they arranged in the Aleph Bet. I'll say that, Aleph Bet. You know, Aleph Bet, Bet. You should know that. The sequence that they arranged in the Bible. When you look at that sequence, that number sequence, because every letter is associated with a number, creates this geometry. So, there's a higher level to information encoding. So our ancestors practiced using pictures to encode information. And the reason is because your brain likes it that way. Remember, words don't grow in nature, pictures do. When I look at you, I don't see a bunch of letters. I see a picture of you. So that's how your brain always wants to process information. It wants to pull in the picture and then extrapolate the information here. We're going backwards. We're extrapolating information, trying to make a picture from it. Backwards. Right? So I just wanted to add that point.
the way that magnetic
Because this is
fields are
the
structured
fourth
around all
index, this
matter.
is the conscious mind
This
state.
applies from the smallest particle
Money mind
we
state,
discovered
melanin mind
to the
state,
largest structures in
quantum mind
space.
state.
If you were to measure these fields with a compass, their magnetic fields would appear identical to the magnetic fields of a bar magnet. This also means that when we measured the magnetic fields of matter with other methods in the lab, we also assumed that matter had a bar magnet type of magnetic field. But this assumption was a mistake. So until now, we have incorrectly assumed that electrons and other matter have a magnetic field shape as shown in this drawing. But we must realize that the fields around an electron, as well as around all other matter, are actually two opposing bowl-shaped electromagnetic fields.
Now, what you also alluded to is another problem we
Unless we
have.
properly understand this basic magnetic field structure, we will never be able to properly understand the fundamental forces of matter.
The magnetic
From the
field
subatomic
structure we've been
to the
using
galactic.
is two-dimensional. To show how the accurate one is, he has to
In
give
this
you a 3D
presentation, you will be
representation.
shown that correcting this one
That is a
basic
big problem in a lot of our
misunderstanding of
science.
magnetic field also explains most all of our problems in physics and astrophysics. I believe that this magnetic field structure is an intrinsic property of all matter. Therefore, you cannot have a particle of matter unless these magnetic fields are there to form it and confine it. To further understand these magnetic fields and validate this new theory, hundreds of experiments were conducted utilizing a vacuum chamber and specially constructed bowl-shaped magnetic field emitters. When 70,000 volts of electricity is applied, the plasma formations that you are now seeing appear.
That's
A
it.
variety of
Add
working
electricity
gases
to the
were used
magnet.
in these experiments. This includes ordinary air, argon, hydrogen, and helium. The spacing and orientation of the magnetic field emitters were varied in many ways as well. The The magnetic field emitters were suspended on non-conductive, high-strength microfilament line attached to magnetic supports on the inner surface of the vacuum chamber. Then, to hold these supports in place, high-strength magnets were utilized on the outer surface of the vacuum chamber. This arrangement allows for the adjustment of the magnetic field emitters while the experiment is running. The small microfilament support lines also offer minimum disturbance of the plasma flow around the fields, and therefore a more realistic experimental result.
This is science. It's a lot of long, boring work for short, exciting moments.
A variety of bowl-shaped magnetic field emitters were utilized in these experiments in order to reveal how changing the geometry of the field emitters affects the matter around them.
Did you hear that?
As you can clearly see here, a change of magnetic field emitter geometry also results in a change in the shape of the plasma formation within the vacuum chamber. By adjusting the exposure settings on the camera, an X-shaped pattern is revealed between the magnetic field emitters that is amazingly similar to the shape of the Red Square Nebula. You can even see the bowl shape of the magnetic fields in the Red Square Nebula.
That egg shape is the heart of the plasma. It's the part where it's most dense. You get to see the doggone science unfold right there. Now we get to see the connection between the cosmos and us.
Notice how increasing the spacing between the magnetic field emitters transforms the shape of the nucleus until finally a disk of plasma forms around the nucleus. Also notice the rapid spin of the plasma around the magnetic field emitters, even though the field emitters are stationary.
That's how something minuscule can turn into a whole universe.
Here you can clearly field emitters would be beneficial for this research. I carefully studied the structures in space for guidance in the design of a new bowl-shaped field emitter.
See what he did? He looked at the planet shape and shaped his dome magnets the way the planets are shaped.
From the structures in space to the structures of matter revealed in the collisions at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, all sources of data were considered. I carefully studied the amazing research underway at the Large Hadron Collider, and I found a wealth of evidence for this new theory and collisions there.
Look at the door. Look at it right there.
This evidence will be discussed at length in Primer Fields Part 4. In reviewing a video from CERN, I noticed something quite bizarre, and it wasn't in the data from the collision. It was in the shape of CERN's most well-recognized building, the Grove of Science and Innovation in Geneva, Switzerland. Not only was it a bowl shape, but the design of the building also had a hole in the top of the dome, exactly as my theory would call for. So I made a magnetic scale model of the CERN dome, placed a set of them in my vacuum chamber, and fired it up. Not only did these CERN bowls form a spherical shape at the center of the reaction, but they also formed a disk of plasma around the nucleus, as well as ejection jets along the axis.
As well as ejection jets. That's how you get the planets, the cosmos, the rest of the stuff around your home stuff.
After running the experiments for a few days with the certain bolts, they were removed from the vacuum chamber and photographed, revealing the patterns you see here.
Look at the pattern of those colors.
These
Look at the
amazing
electromagnetic spectrum right there. See, I'm trying to skip through for time though. But it's not, look, the Sistine Chapel, the Rome Pantheon, St. Peter's Basilica. Look at these joints. Technology is everywhere. Now, where would they tell you they got that technology from? They would tell you that the Knights Templar dug under Solomon's temple, found some documents, and then rebuilt Europe. And what were they rebuilding it with? Dome-shaped, magnetic-shaped emitters that create plasma, even though they didn't know, obviously, because they would have put the technology to work earlier. But they built it. They encoded it in the structures. So now the structures deal with the information flowing through these things. This is how inspiration comes along later on to spark in you the inspiration to deal with that. This is how information is transmitted through your DNA, etc., through lineage. Now watch this part. I want y'all to see this part. Look
This
what
is an
happens.
atomic force microscope image of the actual structure within a nanographene molecule.
Now wait a minute. In that structure, here you at. In this structure, check this out right here. Go back to your I King book. Right? When I talked about the structure of water, living structured water, the same shape. You see? The same shape. Your Star of David. Right? Hexagram. Right? Think about it. This is a graphene molecule you're looking at. Graphene is made from what? Crystallized carbon. Carbon has what? 6 atoms to it. So we're still going back to that 6. Okay? This is how everything is held in order. Your planets, your stars,
Now
your
we see the
rotation.
image of the nanographene molecule superimposed on top of the array of steel balls that were formed in the nucleus area of the bowl-shaped magnetic field.
This is how our solar system stays ordered.
The
By
steel
its
balls
creator.
are supported by a sheet of clear acrylic, which does not come in contact with the magnetic poles at all. Therefore, it is only the magnetic fields of the red and blue bolts which are responsible for the shape of the patterns we observe here.
Nothing's touching those steel balls. They're just suspended in midair. Just like our planets, we see outer space. And look, as you add more,
Here
they
we see
organize
three
themselves.
steel balls in the nucleus area of the magnetic field.
Self-organizing.
Notice how they can trade positions
Self-organization.
with the array, but the basic
Which is what your
geometric
cells
pattern is
eventually
always
do to make the first you. Your cells self-organize because they were in magnetic fields just like this.
Now let's take a look at how these non-magnetized steel balls form orbital patterns around these
Correct.
bowl-shaped magnetic field emitters.
And look,
Again, notice how even in the
Look,
orbital
you're just
layers,
pushing balls in.
magnetic fields cause the steel balls to be packed tightly together.
but they
Yet at the
organize
same time,
themselves.
they repel each other.
All they do is add them, they do the rest.
They push themselves and distribute themselves. You see?
So long as it's rotating, that charge make them move, it's gonna do it. It's gonna organize.
And the charge is the unseen electrons that we can't see in this magnetic field.
Yeah.
Because in order to have a magnetic field, you've got to have that electricity circulating.
Even 25mm non-magnetized steel balls follow these same rules. I believe it is time to reevaluate our theories of atomic structure and the forces
Keep in mind,
therein.
steel balls. Why are steel balls able
As
to
you
be
can see, a wide
magnetized?
range of steel balls
Because of their
are placed
iron
on magnetic
content.
fields with the same basic.
So now, why are you able to be magnetized? Because of your iron content.
Here we see 5 millimeter non-magnetized steel balls.
Look how they
forming
find their
complex
own order. Look at that.
orbits around the nucleus.
Look at that. You see that?
Notice how the steel balls all repel each other.
Now, inside your cells, when your cells don't have the proper copper and iron balance, and they lose charge on the outer wall, the membrane, you start to get rouleau. That's when the cells stick and clump together because they don't have that charge that gives them the even distribution
The red
inside
and
the
blue
magnetic
balls are
field.
identical in construction and magnetic strength. The
And
only
that's
difference is
caused
the
by
magnetic
anemia.
polarity of the balls. The red balls are north magnetic polarity, and the blue balls are south magnetic polarity.
Told y'all we was gonna get it in today. All right. Alright, I'm just showing y'all speeding through, man. We can't watch the whole hour. I thought we had 7 hours today. We got a little bit less. Alright, so look up David LaPont. That is this guy right here. The guy whose voice you hear, David LaPont. Now, David doesn't want to share any of this info with anyone. David has patented it and says all his. However, you can always grab that scarab, that kipper, and slap David upside his head and say, I can show you proof. Yeah, we had this thousands of years ago first, buddy. Alright, in order for your patent to be valid, you had to create that. Look at this again, just so you see this stuff. I love this part. This is how your planet, your cells, this is how they self-organize. Because people are asking me, minister, wait a minute. You believe in a God and you're saying that man self-created himself? Yes, this is how. God is that original source magnetic field holding the form.
It
says that in the books.
Was held in line with the
He
equation
shaped man. Shaped. So he created the magnetic field and then the cells did the rest. We're watching the magnetic field allow the cells to do the rest.
You witness how the orbital distance is controlled by the spacing between.
That's why I'm saying I'm not giving up my religious books or my science books. We're keeping both. It's like a gun without bullets. Okay? Got to have the religious books, that's your gun. Click, act, with that science textbook in there. Now we're looking at how
You saw how
particles
0.2 millimeters
come
steel
together
balls
inside
into
these
magnetic balls
magnetic
yield the
fields
two
and
forces
create
at work in
distinct
the
shapes.
Southern Crab Nebula.
Now here's the deep thing about the Southern Crab Nebula. Look at this. Look how look at this. Look how the particles arrange themselves, right, in just the same shape as this Crab Nebula. And I'm gonna tell you something fly about this that slippery old David LaPont didn't put in there. Look at that. This is why our ancestors called it the Crab Nebula, right? But the fly thing is, what is the biggest
It was
thing in the
shown that
Bible
pole-shaped magnetic fields will repel
that gets folks in trouble
non-magnetized steel balls
when trying to
away.
show the science? The 6,000-year date. That's like the curse right there for creationists. Because you could almost walk everything through. Even the days, like he created the first day, the second day. The Precambrian fossil record proves that. Animals came in waves. They don't have fish fossils that are little in the show development. They don't have that. If you look at the Precambrian fossils, all the fish came at one time, boom. All the birds, one time, boom. Why is that? Because the magnetic field around the planet is changing. As the magnetic fields around the planet change, the shapes of the particles arranging themselves in that change. So that's how at one point the magnetic fields look like fish. One point, birds. So you have the creation going along with the shapes. Now you have the idea of why they really were studying the horoscope, because the arrangement of the stars, the electricity producers in the universe, does what? Creates the shape of the magnetic fields, which determines how biology is going to be put together here.
That's why astrology and numerology is so
Boom!
coincide.
And that's why they now are calling it astrobiology, bioastrology. They're coming up with all these different words, but this is still our thing. Oh, so why the Crab Nebula is so dope? Because the Crab Nebula was the first cosmic light to reach Earth, and it took 6,500 years for the light to reach Earth from the Crab Nebula. So that's where that comes from in the book. On a sidebar, just so they know who they deal with, right? You got to deal with them like that. Look at my man, got his patent numbers and everything. You better put next to that patent numbers, what if you with Minister Enqi, you can use it. Otherwise, we got to get it. Right? So, biophotonics, check this out. These are pictures from a microscope. Alright? It shows the cells in a leaf emitting light. It shows when you cut an apple in half, all of the cells in that apple emitting light. This is from Cornell University. Alright? This is why I'm telling you, biophotonics will replace Newtonian physics. This is from Cornell University, not Minister Enqi and wild and crazy online conspiracy guys. The structure of optical radiation emitted by the samples of loach fish eggs is studied. It was found earlier that such radiation performed the communications between distant samples, which result in synchronization of their development. Now, you can get the rest of this in the PDF, etc. Where do we see that in life? Because when I read that, the first thing I thought about was my mom. Right? The structure of optical, now check this out. Listen to the scientific jargon. That's why we got translated. The structure of optical radiation emitted by the samples of loach fish eggs is studied. It was found earlier that such radiation performed the communications between distant samples, which result in synchronization of their development. Now, my mama told me this when I was like 6 years old. You know what she said? Boy, if you hang out with 9 broke niggas, you're going to be the 10th. I said, what? Yeah, if you hang out with 9 broke niggas, you're going to be the 10th. Like, all right, whatever. Now, it was found that such radiation performed the communication between distant samples, the communication taking place between your 9 broke niggas and you, which results in the synchronization of their development. So now you start to move in the direction of your group. Correct. You see? Again, this is showing how our ancestors had these little stories and monikers and little sayings that had real science in it. But after years, we forgot the scientific part. We just remembered the surface part and begin to disrespect our ancestors' information, including our parents. Yes, that's right. That even happens sometime at work, depending on how closely the women work together at work. Their cycles will start to be around the same time. Yeah. Quantum entanglement. That's what this is. Listen, they're just going, this is why, this my daddy and my Aunt Bertha, I had to give her credit, because she's the one who really told me. But she thought I was going to be a con man when I grew up. She said, boy, I'm going to teach you how to properly use words, because words control the world. I said, you crazy. Money controls the world. And people with money control the world. She said, no. Words. Sat me down, and my bedroom for 10 years of my childhood was a library. We had a think almost 3,000 books in my bedroom. So, every time I was punished, video games come out the room, just in the room. Alright, what we got in here today? And unfortunately, it was mostly science books and encyclopedias. So you really got to create, now you got to get creative and imaginative. You think it takes creation to make an action figure have fun. No. Make that Encyclopedia Britannica fun. Right? That's what creates a minister Enqi. Now, protein to protein biophoton interactions. I told you earlier, when proteins participate together within a cell, you have a pathway. This is actually the nanometers of the light being emitted by proteins as they travel through the cell. If you'll notice, this is your UVA, UVB, UVC range. Right? These are what biophotons look like at a distance under the microscope. And again, watch this. We talked about this, look, in the structured water, right? All we're doing is bringing the picture up clearer. As we bring it up, you start to see the structure. You start to see that hexagram in there, right? And then it unfolds, and you see the hexagram is really at the center, and then it starts to look like Drunvalo Melchizedek's secret flower of life. Or I should say, what he talks about being the secret flower of life, because that secret flower of life is in the pyramids. But obviously it doesn't belong to Drunvalo Melchizedek. Now, this right here is how these photons interact on a basic level in your body. So if you go to enqitv.com, you can get the vocabulary associated with this. Photothermal energy, a photoelectric effect, photomechanical energy. Again, I'm telling you, Newtonian laws, Newtonian physics will be replaced by this. Alright? Vibration, sound, and photons. Very important to understand. Alright? I'm skipping all of this up here. This is what's important for our dissertation today. Alright? The computer tech is ripped from your biology. Remember at the beginning, wave-particle duality is what? A binary system. When we talk about spirit, things that are not tangible and things that are tangible, that is duality. That is a binary system. All of our computers run on what? A binary system. So we still haven't got anything different. And this is what drove me crazy. When I first started messing around with laptops, I always wondered how come memory went from 128 to 256. I'm asking the guy behind the counter, like, but what if I want 200? He's like, sir, it doesn't have 200. I'm like, no, but I want 200. I'm going to pay you 200. So get 200 megabytes. It doesn't have, it's 128, 256. Then later on, 512 came out. 512 to 1 gig, etc., etc. I wanted to know why it was moving in these jumps. The reason is because these are powers of the number 2. So 128 is 2 to the 7th power. When you go from 2 to the 7th power to 2 to the 8th power, now you have 256. 2 to the 9th power, 512. So again, this is coming right out of your biology. Now, check this out. The same coding, the same binary coding is used for your cells to communicate. Your cells communicate the same way with these biophotons. So again, I'm bringing you back to this picture. Now, I'm going to keep bringing you back to this picture. Remember, this picture, these 3 arrows, and this saying right here, this is you. Because guess what? This is you, right here. All right? The mirror is fooling you. And we've been told by our ancestors for thousands of years that life is an illusion. We thought that that was some type of spooky, not real thing. No, it is an illusion. If you look in the mirror, you see this, but that's not really you. Right? Black genetics, biounity. Life comes from electromagnetism. We saw that. Electricity is the animating force of life. And magnetism is the force of mind. Alright? In the same way as electricity. And I learned this. Magnetism is the force of mind as a boy. In my room, again, thanks to Bertha, with them books. Why? Before I got conscious and legally went to the courts and changed my name to Enqi, my dad named me Anton. Who's a famous guy with that name? Related to this? Anton Mesmer. Look up Anton Mesmer. That's why it's called Mesmerize. It's named after that guy. With the science of magnets alone, he started to cure disease and illness. Hundreds of years ago, he knew about how magnets affected your biology. So locked in that room, studying this dude. I'm like, okay, look at me. Look at me. You want to give me $20? Give me. My mom said, boy, you don't get out of my damn room. I said, but that was me. I always wanted to try to work this stuff. In the same way as electricity cannot be separated from magnetism, the life force that animates us cannot be separated from its mind. Mind controls matter. All right? We've seen that scientifically. But here's another example. All right? If you ball, you know this is a fact. If you don't play ball, then you won't know this. So this has nothing to do with you. All right? But if you hoop, and I'm from the Bronx, so basketball was almost like being alive. There's no such thing as you play ball from the Bronx. You're alive? Yep, you play ball. If you have a game and you're playing with cats that are garbage. Now, for people who don't know the slang, that means basketball players that play less good than you do. It has been noticed over the years to the point where now coaches teach this. If you're serious about playing ball, you have to always play against people who are better than you. Because when you play against garbage players, it takes your game down. Why? Quantum entanglement. Right? Quantum entanglement. Remember what my mom said. If you hang with 9 broke people, so if you play ball with 9 garbage people, but where's the flip side? Where's the empowerment in this? If you hang with 9 people with money, then you'll be the 10th with money. If you hang with 9 people that are in good health, you'll be the 10th with good health. If you hang with 9 people that are progressive, you'll be the 10th that is progressive. So now, take that science home and reevaluate all of your friends. Yeah. Those friends that only call you with bad news on the phone, you may not want to be quantumly entangled with them. This is why you could be in a good mood in your house. Your friend is in a bad mood in her house. She calls you in your house and tells you about bad news going on in her house. Out of nowhere, within 60 minutes, guaranteed you having an argument with your boyfriend or husband. You don't know how that just happened. Y'all was having a good time, laughing, relaxing, watching TV. Mrs. has a phone call. Y'all have a random argument, and it's random. I'm tired of you leaving your shoes over there by the thing. Like, what? What does that have to do with CSI? I'm leaving the shoe over there. Like, whoa. Quantum entanglement. You're not arguing with your lady. You're actually arguing with your lady's friend. Now, here's the downside to that. People like to do that because when they transfer their negative emotions to you, it leaves their body. This is why people feel better after talking to a friend. Because I just transferred all that negative energy on you. Good looking, friend. Now I'm ready to finish having fun. You on the other side. Right? So we got free will theory. The transfer of information creates a duplication or form and or function, sender to receiver. When information goes from one organism to another, it creates a duplication of form and or function, sender to receiver. Mind, in terms of free will, this is that blessing that we got from the Creator. the source, the all these different names, right? Allah, God, Yahweh, right? Free will. Separate the lower forms of life from the higher forms. Free will. Grants a living system the ability to choose which signals to process and how. So when we get external stimulation in our body, we're not forced in a robotic format to follow it, like lions, tigers, bears, oh my. Right? They have less free will, less ability to change what they're doing. Right? A tree growing downtown, a dog pees on the tree can't say, damn it, I'm packing my roots up, I'm out of this park because he's stuck there. Doesn't have the free will. But you can do that. You don't like where you are, you can change your position in life. So, thus far we should have just derived. Genes cannot turn themselves off and on. So this is what can drive the dagger in the heart of evolutionists. And think DNA is the primary cause. Genes do not turn themselves off and on. Alright? Remember, we're looking at the histones. The 8 sets of twins. Right? The same way cells come together and function, we talked about this. Proteins or enzymes, when they come together in unity, is called pathways. Very important. Protein secretion pathways. Alright? We're going to get into this. This is Minister Enqi's original information right here. My own diagram. I just for a couple of years now I've been using to teach. So now science catching up, and folks saying, "You're gonna think you stole my stuff." I'm like, what? Yeah. Show me where you. Like it's the information age. Everything's dated. When you put up a YouTube video, under it has the date. Show me where you presented the information before I did. We don't have to argue. It's a date under all YouTube videos. Books come out. Book release date. Flyer. Oh, my book's coming out. Show me where you're. Show me. Alright? Scientists have discovered that proteins come in different flavors via epigenetics. Wait a minute. So even proteins have swag. What? Swag. Yes. Proteins are not produced rigidly, meaning the same exact protein can be produced 2,000 different ways. Another way of saying that, the same exact protein can have up to 2,000 variations. Alright? Dean Ornish. I love this guy. Another one of my favorite guys. Why? He has proven through nutritional genomics. I have a nutritional genomics textbook. It cost me $340. Alright, to study this nutritional genomics. And what is nutritional genomics? It's just vocabulary. All it means is that food controls your genes. We had folks teaching us that since the beginning of time. Right? It says in the back, Revelation, the herbs are for the healing. Okay, well, Dean Ornish, you got to do it like this now. Everything has to wait till one of these guys says it's real and then it's real. So, nutritional genomics is a science that's built on the fact, let me say that correctly, built on the fact that food determines activation of your genes. Diet can directly turn genes off and on, and also modify gene expression. Right? Yes, and he proved also by doing an experiment that it takes 40 days to start changing genetic expression. So now, yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it, it's fine. Copper binds to all bonds to guanine, right? Guanine is in your DNA. Bagua means 8 trigrams. This is from China, right? Guanine, right? I told you earlier, this was Heliopolis and Hermopolis. Biology is space-time. Why is this important, Mr. Enqi? Look up here at this diagram. This is your DNA. This is the guanine in your DNA. This is how active copper binds to your guanine in your DNA. Why is that important, Mr. Enqi? Because it turns your DNA into radio wave receivers. Radio wave receivers.
So is this explaining or giving some understanding to mental telepathy and all that?
Yes. Yep. That's why we built the crystal radio from scratch in Detroit so people could see. There's nothing in the radio but copper. Consciousness. Consciousness comes from water and electromagnetism. Water and electromagnetism. Period. When they study the brain, what are they studying in your brain? Electric activity. MRIs. How do MRIs work? They study the orientation of the hydrogen in your cells. That is the water. That is the water.
What's the difference between that and magnetic resonance?
Magnetic resonance is just how magnetic fields resonate with one another. So now we get a little bit into sound, vibration, etc. Now, I told you I was going to show you this a different way. This is you. This is your cell membrane, and this is all those IMPs I told you about. Integral membrane proteins, right? Cell membranes are no different than your actual skin. Each cell has its own antenna pair called IMPs, all right? This is the origin, your physical attraction right here, all right? Physical attraction was based on electromagnetics. That's why it's called attraction. It's just like two magnets. You put the same pole together, it pushes apart. Right? Okay, the science has not changed its laws. Put the same thing together, it pushes apart. Put the different thing together, then it connects. Now science has told us, no, not science. America has told us it's okay to put the same thing together. Right?
Yeah.
But science says something different. Because if I have a particle and an anti-particle come together, guess what happens in science? They annihilate each other. Science to law. You have to be able to observe something for it to move from the realm of theory to law. Very important. So if you cannot observe it, you cannot perform successful experiments, then it cannot be classified as real science. This is important for this conference. If you cannot observe it and you cannot do successful experimentation, it is not real science. Question. If you take a piece of paper, this is a real question, not a rhetorical one, and you set it on fire, and you watch it burn down to a crisp, are the atoms that made that paper burn?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. No. No. No.
No.
No. No. Yes. Yes. No. Okay, we got some yeses, mostly no's, with a couple yeses. The answer is no. If we take a brown paper bag and we burn it down to a crisp, the atoms that compose that bag are unchanged.
Because remember in the beginning, you were saying that everything, anytime you add more energy to it.
Correct. It changes. That's right. Correct. You focus in the front. Came right in the front too. A magnetic field. Right? Here's a question though. And here's a scientific dilemma. See, this is how you could pierce the veil of some of these theories when you know how far their information goes, their limit. Science will tell you about stable atoms and unstable atoms. Unstable atoms they use to make nuclear bombs and stuff like that. Stable atoms, everything else. Now, here's the problem. We know that as things live, right, as they move, they have to do what? Expend energy. Right? So now, for a stable atom to remain a stable atom, and remember, energy can never be created or destroyed, right? So that means an atom can never be created or destroyed, right? What's maintaining the atom? Or I should say, who? The science with the evolutionary theory would tell you there is no source, there is no creator, there is no God. Ask them, who's maintaining that atom so that it doesn't degrade? Who? Where is it getting the energy to constantly maintain itself at mayat, at balance? What is almost A? You saw it already. Exactly. Now we got it. Now we're on there. Okay. When charge from electricity impregnates the magnetic field it is traveling through, the magnetic field is able to suspend the charge and stretch out into what we know of as plasma. Alright? So that's how it actually creates plasma. That's how plasma is made. Plasma is actually charge that's stretched out into a cloth. Prophets, leader and provider. That's why I put profit like this. B, right? Profit is money that you can use to do what? Feed yourself and take care of yourself. What is a prophet supposed to do? Lead the people. So you can do what? Better take care of yourself. The melanocyte is the prophet. It's the first cell to have entropy or extra energy to feed those around it. This created the leadership to organize unity amongst the cells and begin to organize them into the ever complex families we know of as insects, rodents, birds, fish, land, animals, etc. Meaning, 3 billion years ago, there was nothing but single cells floating all over this planet. There had to be one cell to say, hey, guys, we've got to unify and come together. That's how we're going to get more out of life. Now, here's where you get the science of how that happened. Yes, prophets are mold makers and breakers. Look at this woman. No, stop eating. Look up and look at Alyssa Montano. Right? Brother Morgan sent me a text. Enqi, you better put this in your text Saturday. You better put this in your lecture. I said, what are you talking about? He said, a pregnant woman ran a full marathon. I said, come on. You're wild. It's impossible. Sure enough. So, it really is nothing impossible. So, this is you. Coming back here. Stem cells, melanocytes, melanosomes, melanin, in that order. Cell membranes are no different than your actual skin. Each cell has its own antenna called integral membrane proteins. Remember this order, right? And remember, I told you, we will keep coming back to this picture. This is you. All right? What is you? What is you? What are you? Who are you? What separates you from him if we're all just cells together? Why don't we all look exactly the same? How does that work out? What is this thing up here? This is your HLA system, right? And this is what is being attacked, or this is what's being used by white blood cells to actually attack your DNA in lupus. See, so we can still have a scientific conversation and still talk health in the midst. Alright? But HLA system, your HLA system is what your body uses to recognize you from everything else. It's called self-receptors. What are HLA self-receptors? Put that in your notes and look that up. This is going to be crazy. So you got to take it in and just go home and, I don't know. So if it sounds crazy, go home and research it so you can find it, debunk it. Alright? But if you can't debunk it, then you're going to have to deal with the fact that this is a very old crystal homemade radio, like the one we made. Now, how does the crystal radio work? Simple. Coiled copper picks up all radio signals. You take a crystal and you use the crystal to pick a specific signal on the copper because the copper is going to get all the signals. So the crystal fine tunes the signal, whoop, and then they use, in these crystal radios, headset, but in a regular radio, amplification to make the sound louder and louder. Now, you are just like this radio. You are just like this radio, meaning you have a radio, we sit the radio here, boom. We put batteries in it, right? Cells. Put cells in the radio so it works, right? It's you, radio, put cells in the radio so it works, right? Boom. So now it's charged, it's booming, we got sound, all of a sudden, I spill my water on the radio shorts out. So now, what happens? The sound goes off, right? I can no longer hear what's being broadcast, correct? I need sound. Not head nods, come on.
Yes.
Sound, there we go, If I then go and get another radio, right, and tune it back to the same station, guess what will happen? The same broadcast will come back in. Scientifically, they realize you're no different. On each one of our cells, we have specific receptors that pick up very unique aspects of the energy and information that's out there in the universe, directing them into our bodies. That's what makes you, you, and unique from everybody else. This is why when parents have children, they pass down the same receptors. So you'll see traits of your personality in your children because they have similar receptors. They have the same receptors you do, right? Very important to know this. Think about the implications of this. This means the you, the unique individual you, right, is not actually inside your body. I need you to get that. Let's go back to the radio analogy again. When we listen to the radio, the sound that we hear coming from the radio that's being picked up by the copper is not intrinsic to the radio. If we smash the radio on the ground, pick up another radio, dial it to the same station, we'll just tune back into that same signal. So the sound's not coming from the radio. It's not from physicality. It's not coming from the DNA. It's coming from, you put your name on it. Right? But here's the thing though. What does this say right here? I. Right? Very special, unique little thing that I love to death about metal nature. The definition of the word, the letter I in the metal nature means pool of plasma. Think about how useful that word is now scientifically. Because when I say I refer to me. But I am a pool of plasma. Okay. I'll just let you guys hang out with that. You are not your flesh. You are a dielectric plasma field. The secret difference between gas and plasma is the atoms that make up plasma are atomic stem cells. What? The atoms in plasma don't have a nucleus yet. So these would be the bacteria of the atoms. The prokaryotes of the atoms are in plasma. They don't have a nucleus. Plasma is the origin of atomic mass. That's all right. I gotta go. Self-receptors, pick up your spirit. We just talked about this, right? So, are you saying we are all 2-bit gypsies or psychic mediums? Yes. Everyone is a 2-bit gypsy. Emphasis on 2-bit. Because everything is using binary coding to, okay. Apple first began asking developers to submit 64-bit apps following the September 2013 release of the iPhone 5. Apple just converted to a 64-bit structural framework to allow infinite upgradability. Your body runs on the 64 code system so that you have So when we deal with the Enqi, we're dealing with the 60. Okay. All right. What is the Dirac delta function? College students loathe the Dirac delta function. Not love, loathe it. Did the first man have a belly button? Yeah. Of course, because that magnetic field produces belly buttons. What? Yes, that's what the Dirac delta function is. This is what they use, the science, to determine the belly button of your universe. Your universe has a belly button. That is where the information, the first information has been generated in your universe, and where it's still coming through. And it comes through in little pulses. Little pulses. Now, to map this out mathematically, they use this graph right here. So if you take my two questions out, this is the mathematic graph they use to map Dirac delta function. Now, check this out. If I was to lay down a blueprint, right? If I lay down a blueprint and make this into a shape, it would be a pyramid. So, yeah, so I'm gonna move forward. So, this plant is the original oxytocin. What is this plant? What is this chemical? Brother Darren. Tetrahydrocannabinol. In fact, it's actually called delta tetrahydrocannabinol. Right? We have to follow these words. Dirac delta function takes us to the center of the universe. The Dogon tell us it's right there by Sirius. Delta tetrahydrocannabinol. Now, let's go back to Egypt. Why are the holy royal scribes shown scribing with weed on their mind? I'm just saying. We have a large population of our community now, right? Everybody's trying to get record deals. Everybody wants to be an artist. I gotta get my mind right first, you know what I mean? Once I get my mind right, then I can write. Well, apparently, thousands of years ago, they were getting their minds right before they started writing. Right? That's in Egypt. Now, in Sumeria, Enqi and Enlil, apparently we're also getting their minds right. So, I'm not suggesting anyone get their minds right. Right? What am I saying? Get your mind right. I'm saying get your magnetic field adjusted. Right?
That help?
Yeah. Every universe is born with an umbilical cord. Ours is located near Sirius. Alright? Very important. This is how it works. Alright? Now, what does this have to do with the HLA system? Because we're not all picking up the entire signal. We all pick up small pieces of that signal. That's why our personalities are unique. And the HLA system, self-receptors, those receptors are what are picking up that signal. Alright? Very important. The copper-gold biology theory, the proclivity to love and bond, is predicated on a biological system's ability to pick up those signals. Not only from the cosmos, but we are all radiating signals from the rest of life. If an organism has no ability or limited ability to pick up those frequencies of life, it makes it violent by nature. It'll start to attack everything else because it doesn't feel at one with them. There is only one major frequency, which is love. Biological isolation from these frequencies creates fear. Alright? A K complex, important, is an electroencephalography waveform. Waveform. So when they look at the brain, how do they look at your brain activity? They deal with waveforms. Waves exist in magnetic fields before we actually get to matter. So when they look at the brain, which gives you access to your mind, they're looking at waves. Focus. It is the largest event in a healthy human EEG. So you look at this when people sleep, right? Because when you sleep, you want to get to the delta waves, which is before you go into your deepest sleep. That's the delta waves. Because when you hit those delta waves, guess what happens? Twilight. And what does twilight take us back to? Out in the cosmos. You see Twilight Zone, the picture was what? The window with space behind it. Outer space. So that delta connects us back to that umbilical cord. That delta, see, takes us back to this original spot. Right? That's why people are trying to get their mind right, quote unquote. Right? Because they want to go back to that original place of love. What happens when you get high? You want to laugh, joke, have sex, dance, all the things that are associated with love. Right? In the hospital. Right? This is biological too. Because when you're in the hospital, if you have a C-section, the doctors will give you oxytocin. Why do they give you oxytocin? Because love is a chemical. We can quantize it. It's oxytocin. So if oxytocin is not being produced in the mom's brain, she will not bond with her baby. Oxytocin is not produced if you have a C-section. Only when the baby comes out the canal. So they have to give you IV of oxytocin so you can bond with your baby. Right. Because they can't say roll up a joint. That probably won't work in the hospital.
Not yet.
Boom. Not yet. But it's on deck. Right? So, who has seen this movie San Andreas?
Not too much. I saw it. Yeah.
The whole movie is about tuning into the environment. This is how animals avoid cataclysms. They can tell because they listen to the earth. So they're gone whenever the earthquake happens. So even our dumb ancestors that were starting to disconnect from the older ancestors that had the info, they were at least a little smarter than we are. They knew that they lost the ability to connect with the planet, so they would at least look at the animals. The moment that all the animals start getting out of town, baby, pack your stuff. We don't even have to think. We're not staying and figure out. We're following the animals. We're not getting in a car and driving. Grab if you can carry. We're running with the animals. You've seen Jurassic World. The guy in the end, he was running with the raptors, running with the animals. Trust me, when an earthquake is coming, lions are not thinking about biting into your ass cheeks. Okay, so the lion will be right alongside you. This. He might be looking at you like, wait till we get to the house. But I guarantee you, he is not going to attack you in the midst of escaping. Right? So, your magnetic pulse readers, because in the movie, they found out that the planet has a magnetic pulse. Right? Iron is what's magnetic. Iron is what's in the core of your red blood cells. To check the health of your body, they check your magnet. All right. You better see these connections. The only form of life that has ever really existed here on Earth, we are in this likeness of our Creator on many levels. All right? The universe started as one eye. One eye, one plasma body. Right? The division of that all is what is life. Proof is that we are still an amalgamation of plasma blocks. Now, scientific fact. Anytime someone creates something, you will always be able to see them inside their creation. You will always see the Creator in the creation. So when you look at the universe and see that it's nothing but a big ball of plasma, then you look right at yourself and see that they're little tiny balls of plasma. You see your creator right there all the time. Right? But we don't look at that plasma as having intelligence. We're disgusted by it. Right? But plasma has intelligence. Think about that. How could the first single cells think? They didn't have brains. They didn't even have DNA. But they thought. They knew how to eat. They knew how to do it. Right? The key to understanding, there's no such thing as time until more than one conscious entity is there to observe it. Get the book, The Conscious Mindstate. I don't have it today. My PDF is online. It talks about time in terms of being group perception. That's how we all share in this creation. Time is how we quantize perception. It's alright. Make sense later. Figments of one's imagination have no concept of time in relation to each other. Thoughts and ideas don't have an intrinsic chronological order in contrast or in conjunction with one another. That the mind they exist in is bound to deal with. Meaning, inside your mind, right? Inside your mind, the things that you create in your mind have no real bearing chronologically on you. Time does not exist for the things that you create in your mind in relation to you. Right? Your mind is timeless. Your mind never ages. Meaning, I just demonstrated that we are all created in a large magnetic field, a large mind, the mind of our Creator. We cannot try to use our understanding of time and apply it to him or her. It does not apply no more than the things that we create in our mind apply to us. We'll sink in. Our universal birth, we're going to run through these dates, we almost finished. Our universal birth was somewhere around 14 billion years old. Alright? 14 billion years ago. Universes, though, are much, much older and fall outside our concept of time. Well, ours is 14 billion years old. But ours was born, right? Who gave birth to our universe? A larger one. That larger entity is outside of our understanding because it's outside of our parameters. When we deal with energy, energy is only solid to things vibrating at a similar speed. We are only solid because we're vibrating at a similar speed. For things that are vibrating at a completely different spectrum of speed than we are, they'd be able to walk right through us and pass right through us. Just like photons can do. I know, it gets a little crazy. All right. Terrestrial timeline. Our solar system, 4.6 billion years old. Earth and all its planets, 3.9 billion years old. The oldest fossil of a single cell, 3.5 billion years old. So the planet, 3.9 billion years old. Single cells, 3.5 billion years old. The first going green movement, 3.3 billion years old. Okay? That's when these single cells started to use photosynthesis. How did that happen? Some magnesium got introduced into these guys. Alright? How did that happen? Magnesium is an earth element. Magnesium is an earth element. This is why magnesium or plant cells come before blood cells. Because iron comes from stars. So the magnesium the single cells needed to digest in order to become plant cells was here. Iron had to come from stars. Right? Plate tectonics. Right? These guys look crazy. They're all on record talking about how the world was created. Nobody talking about plate tectonics. They're not talking about plate tectonics. They're out of their league. Because plate tectonics, the shifting of the plates, is what started to change the gases on this planet and made the atmosphere protective, turned our atmosphere into a petri dish so that the UV radiation will come into this planet's waters and collect here and keep everything bad outside. Go ahead, Aaron.
The tectonic plates have to do with the breaking up of the landmass as well.
Right, but what we see on top is not necessarily what's at the bottom. Because you have land masses under the ocean.
Yes.
Yeah. And then under the ocean, you got a floor, and inside there, you have a bigger ocean.
First floor.
Right. So around the heat is water in the form of stones. They're called woodite, I think it is. Woodite. I don't like to not know something in the lecture. Hold on. Family at home. I know y'all like it. Minister Enqi, get them dry lips off the computer screen. It is all right. I'm dealing with my dry lips today. Y'all lucky if you guys even got Wi-Fi so we can go live. And it's crazy because people be watching the live stream, they be scared to identify themselves. So I know that's probably the haters trying to get the info so they can break it down by August 2nd. But what they don't understand is that if I was even worried one bit about them being able to debunk what I was presenting, I'd be doing what they're doing. Hiding and waiting till August 2nd to reveal what I have. But you don't need to do that with facts. Because a fact is going to be a fact whether you like it, no matter what day of the week it is, like, it's just going to be a fact. Oh, man. Oh, no, that's what it's called. Ringwoodite. There it goes. And this is another one that my brother KT turned me on to in one of those late conversations. Look at this. Okay, you can't look at this. It looks like crap. Okay, there it goes. You see this? This is they discovered that there's an ocean inside the earth. Inside the earth that has 4 times as much water in it than all of the water on top of the surface. Now, here's the problem that takes us back to the Dogon. The Dogon said that it's either Sirius B or Sirius C. One of them is a hydrogen crystal, and that our planet was a broken piece of the hydrogen crystal. Now, thus far, until they discovered this, that sounded like crazy, heresy. This ringwoodite is actually the hydrogen crystals that this planet is made of. So now we have to, again, go back to these dusty guys in the woods in Africa and try to figure out where they get this information from. They map the cosmos and inside the planet with no tools. And if you ask them where they get all the info from, they said their ancestors told them. Okay. So, we just got to deal with that. Did their ancestors tell them? And if so, we have problems. If they said their ancestors came from Sirius. And so far, it looks like it's accurate. The delta function comes from Sirius. The plasma we saw in the diagram, the first DNA in our system was formed out there by Sirius, which is what traces the A. Right? So, anyway, our ancient, not ours, but an ancient ancestor of spirulina created the atmosphere. An ancestor of spirulina created oxygen, cyanobacteria. Alright? So look that up. Cyanobacteria. Yes, spirulina is not an algae. It's bacteria. Alright? That is the guys that are responsible for giving us oxygen. Now, when you look at a spirulina up close, it looks like a strand of hair off of my head. Larger bacteria that could not do certain things swallowed smaller cells that could, creating complex cells. Alright? Like Russian dolls. Alright? This is called endosymbiosis. This is where the prokaryotes, or the basic cells, became more complex and started to develop organs inside them, or organelles as they call it in the cell. So they started to swallow little cells. The little cells kept living inside them and doing what they did that the larger cell needed, and that's how we have organs, etc., etc. So remember, all these things are separate entities going on in your body. Alright? Plasmids. We're getting to the science. The origin of cellular DNA. See? So I'm giving you all kinds of origins and creations. I'm giving you the origin of all these things. Were created in this newer cell called eukaryotes to keep a genetic blueprint of itself to rebuild itself someday again. Meaning, as bacteria figured out they needed different things, and they saw other bacteria that could do those things, they swallowed them. In keeping track of experimentation, right? Your single cells, we're scientists. They did experiments. You swallow this cell, see what happens, right? In order to keep track of your experiments and be a good scientist, you have to have a way of recording information. That was the origin of our DNA, plasmids. Plasma creates plasmids to store information. Those plasmids would eventually crystallize into our DNA, right? But at the same time, cells started selecting mates based on plasmid compatibility. So now you have the origin of sex 1.3 billion years ago, right? Meteorite traffic slows down. Volcanic activity and radioactive decay makes stellar elements available. All right? Not edible, but available. This is the beginning of melanocytes and blood cells, which contain iron. Right? This is 800 million years ago. All right? So you're going to get all the numbers. Aqua regia and melanocyte origin. Very important to get on record. The cells that turned green were the upper crust of society because they ate the best. When it was just one single cell planet. One man team, when I get that, I turn green. Yeah. Now, here's the thing about that. Green is the fastest moving light in the spectrum. So now you're dealing with a lot of energy.
Yeah, that's why.
Wait. Red ball like this one. Aqua regia and melanocyte origin, alright? Hydrochloric acid plus nitrogen equals aqua regia. That's what aqua regia is. It's a solution. Hydrochloric acid and nitrogen make this. It is a deep, deep red fluid. Now watch this. That breaks down gold and platinum, called aqua regia. This made stellar material bioavailable for cellular consumption. I'm going to do this for you again. Let's go back to flip those Qurans open. Let's flip those Bibles open. Let's go back to Adam. Red. That red clay. This is what's in that red clay. Right? This is what's in that red clay. The ability to break down gold and platinum and make them bioavailable for cellular consumption. Of course that's in black genetics, baby. This whole presentation, that's why I told them for this conference they playing with the wrong person. Because I don't need to do any new work. I'm pulling these out of the pages of books. This is the moment that everything changed 700 million years ago. Because now these things can be consumed and worked into your biology. So we're getting ready to go back to this guy. Remember the CM I told you about earlier, the beginning of pheromones, hormones, etc.? Entropy is excess energy being produced inside an organism which is radiated outward. The sun's entropy feeds all life in our solar system, meaning the energy we live off is a waste product from the sun. So we have spiritual systems that told us that about the sun. We live off of a waste product, like the sun's species in pee-pee, right? The sun is thinking about taking care of the sun, not like me. Like the sun's not thinking, yeah, damn, I get up tomorrow, produce all this energy for Enqi to be able to go to B-Dads. Like, that's not that serious. The sun is thinking about himself, take care of himself. Now, because he's doing a good job of taking care of himself, he can take care of others. Because the sun's taking care of himself, he can take care of others. Right? That's entropy. Cyclic M is the cellular version of entropy. Cm is made by excess energy from a cell. Alright? So the excess energy from a cell started to leak out of the cell, secrete from the cell, which becomes the origin of pheromones, hormones, and cytokines. Now, what you have to understand is this. Pheromones and cytokines they work just like hormones. And what do hormones do? They give cells instructions. Cm gave cells their first sets of instructions. Because the number one thing these single cell organisms were looking to do is eat. So once this entropy came, it told them which cells to follow to learn how to eat best. Because that's the guy radiating the strongest signal. The one that's eating the best. We're still looking to do that now, right? We edify, right? We go into business, we're going to go into business behind somebody who looks successful. Guy that's eating the best. Still the same. As above, so below. Right? How CM still controls cellular functions to this day. This is still the star of the show in all of your cellular functions. Anything involving energy. Anything involving energy. Right? Now, let's talk about aqua regia making these stellar elements bioavailable. These are stellar elements that gave the ability to process information at a faster speed.
So does CM create all those on periodic cycle?
No. CF is just what tells the other cells around it who to follow. Aqua regia is that chemical in the red clay that breaks these heavy metals down like gold and platinum to a point where the cells could utilize them. So now, those original cells that started to eat and consume the broken down platinum, gold, highly conductive minerals were the ones that started eating the best. Those are the cells that started to organize all the other cells, right? That is your brain cells, your nervous cells. That's the prophet, the one who organizes. The brain still runs that way. I know. Karen's the only one that got it. It's all right. Because Darren is following the ancient scribes. What's the law in the States? Weed legal in Chicago?
Yeah. Not yet.
Okay. No one is following the ancient ways. Now, if you visit Detroit, just saying. Anyway, so what this talks about, this is from the Enqi book. This talks about mineral relationships. All right? Look at the top of this. Carbon, melanin transfer information in the form of hexagonal magnetic fields to and from the plasma of the body to the various mineral cells, tissues, organs, etc. Why? It's because carbon is the binding element to bind other atoms together so that they can function in unity and take up. We'll get to the unity. Chemtrails. All right, no, we skip. Very important. Suprachiasmatic nucleus in the brain, regulated by UV radiation, sets your body's biological clock, sets the speed at which your body processes information and energy, known as your metabolism. Right? Yeah. Now, since we are in Chicago and it's not legal, we can go right on past these things. We don't have to talk about any of these narcotics. Well, we can look at look at cocaine. Right? All you need to do is see this. You can go home and look it up yourself. Cocaine's ability to bind to melanin subtypes.
That's why it's so hard for black people to kick it.
Correct. Vitamin C, selenium, zinc, chromium. See, this is how somebody with this information can attack your biology. This is how you detox your body of drugs. Vitamin C detoxes melanocytes with fresh carbon. Selenium, luscious phenols, formaldehyde, acetyl, all these chemicals. Selenium will flush them from your body. Zinc maintains the alkaline hormones. Chromium, specifically there to ensure the pancreas has enough fuel to produce insulin, which is the #1 growth hormone in your body. All right, that is the most anabolic hormone in your body. All right, SOD, superoxide dismutase. All right, cleans the inner cellular environment. It's a byproduct of cellular respiration. Happens all the time in your mitochondria. Now, what we see here, why it's important? Because energy production is maintained in your body by cobalt. How do you get cobalt in your body? B vitamins. Well, you tell you gotta go buy B vitamins in the store. No, you don't. Right? You don't need to eat meat or get supplements for B vitamins. All you have to do is take a picture of this slide or buy the PDF, right? So that I'm not homeless. People are like, yeah, I'm still gonna just take the picture. Yeah, man, you already taught us. You don't need to keep on teaching. Go work for the white man. Right? So you have all the natural sources for your B vitamin. Right? All your natural sources, your herbs for your B vitamin. Right? Molecules and compounds formed by minerals. They work through amino acids. But you also have something else taking precedence over the physicality, the electric and magnetic fields. This is the spiritual nature, the spiral ritual nature. What's ritual? Something that's repetitive, repeated over time. We know what spiral is. This is telling you how energy moves in the system, in the world. Spirituality means to study this original movement of energy. It spirals over and over and over. That's nature. Right? This is how you keep your body healthy. Some of you didn't come here to hear any good signs. You just want to know how to stay healthy. Cool. Keep your RBG soldiers intact. What? Yeah, that's actually a real thing. I kid you not. You have tumor-killing genes. One group of them called RBG. All right? You cannot develop tumors and cancers in your body until all these genes that protect you from them are switched off. If they're switched on, then they will destroy the tumors. Okay? So some people are going to look up there and be like, what is that Charlie Brown teacher? Some other people are going to look up there and see how to stop tumors and cancers. Naturally. Right? These are the genes. These are the things that keep those genes healthy. Bromides, chlorides, phosphates. Right? Where did I get that from? The old man. Who is the the old man, Dr. Sabi. I said, Sabi, what can you tell me? Oxygen, fluoride, robot. Sabi teach you like he's your pops. Yeah, go home and figure it out for yourself now. Alright? But iodides, very special. They regulate cellular oxidation. We're not getting iodides in the diet. You have to get that from sea vegetables. Right? Radioactive decay. You can skip this for now. Remember that experiment we watched, right? Right. This is just bad stuff that we're eating. Right? So we're going to skip these for time. I want to make sure we get through this. But there's a reason that you're being fed all of these things. That's why I have them here. The reason is to break your biological ability to grab those signals. To break your biological ability to grab those signals. Right? Even in some of the medicines. You have to know this. What are side effects? Where do they originate? Depending on the medicine's chemistry. This is why I put this up here. Let me show you something. Bring this back. This is why I put this up here.
What was that about iodine?
The iodine controls the body's oxidation rate, which is how fast we age or get stronger. Right? All of these relationships are very key to your health, and this is why medication causes side effects, because every element has beef with another element, meaning iodine and nitrogen. So, if you flood the body with nitrogen, right, you like to eat chicken. You follow the standard American diet, which is meat and other stuff, followed by meat and other stuff, followed by meat and other stuff, and in between those plates of meat and other stuff, you can have beef jerky snacks. Right? Nitrogen flushes all the iodine from your body. But, flip side, if you flood the body with iodine, it will flush out the nitrogen. See, this is how I made the supplement. This is the real science. So now, let's fast forward back to the slide we was at. Dealing with where these side effects come in. Disease, a specific set of debilitating symptoms. Look how simple this is. Mineral deficiency, a specific set of debilitating symptoms. Wow. Wait a minute. Start again from the top. Disease, a specific set of debilitating symptoms. Mineral deficiency, a specific set of debilitating symptoms. Every pharmaceutical drug creates a mineral deficiency. Wait a minute. Rewind. Every pharmaceutical drug creates a specific set of debilitating symptoms. Drug-induced mineral deficiency is known as what side effects is. Inotropic death is the #1 cause of death in America. And this is not from a YouTube crazy guy. This is either Newsweek or Time Magazine did a special on this. So now it's at that point. An inotropic. If you don't know that word, it's a vocabulary word. Write it down. IATROPIC. That means originating with doctors or medicine.
Say it one more time. Spell it one more time.
IATROPIC. Inotropic. So that means it's a known fact now, that our health system is the biggest killer in this country. So, you go in there like, Doc, my foot hurts. It's like, cool, bang! You're like, damn, Doc, you killed him. Doc is like, sure did. His foot doesn't hurt. Whoa, wait a minute. That's not exactly how I wanted to get cured. Alright? So, vitamin D, right? This is how vitamin D works in the body. It's kind of elaborate, but you don't need it soak in everything. We look here, we will see the prevalent symptoms that are associated with vitamin D deficiency. Right? Vitamin D is not a mineral. Vitamin D is UV light. So, let's put that in proper perspective. When you're not getting enough UV radiation, when your plasma is not absorbing enough light, cancer, rickets, osteoporosis. Now, let me tell you something about this rickets, ladies. Because you ladies think that bow legs is cute. That is a soft form of rickets. That means the mom did not have enough vitamin D for the baby's legs to stand straight up strong. Right? So I was raised thinking my little bow leg was cute until I found out mommy was deficient. Like, damn, I could have been doctor. Like, you want to be doctor? Yes, correct. Right? Infection goes up. Tuberculosis, autoimmune diseases, diabetes, multiple sclerosis, inflammatory bowel disease. All of these things from not getting enough UV radiation. Impaired glucose tolerance, type 2 diabetes, high renin hypertension. What did you just say, Minister Enqi? I said high blood pressure. Increased cardiovascular risk factor. Increased thrombogenesis. Yeah, pain. Muscle myopathy. Right? All of these things. Vitamin D deficiency. Now, let's take a look at some of these medications. All of these medications flush vitamin D from your body. This is how they create side effects. I'm just giving you the examples. You can see this is real. Now, with the science you learn today, you will know why you're constantly being poisoned. Because the people that are in power on this planet know all of this already. And know in order for them to stay in power, they have to keep you from finding this out. Because then you'll start to put this in place and you'll step outside of the box. And then at that point, now you have to decide what you're going to do with what you know. Once you know this, you now are put in a position to say, hey, I'm about to monetize this and use this on everybody, damn it. I'll be rich. Boom. Or you can say, I'll monetize this the slow way by teaching it to everyone. See how this works out. I'll give it to the people. Right? Isn't that the story? Who was the guy? He stole the fire from the gods and gave it to the people. Right? And that's the story about what the Greeks did in Africa. Okay. Alright, so you don't want any of these medications. That's why we have the 4-pack. See, the 4-pack puts all the minerals in the body and then you wave it. Right? But these are the relationships of some of these nutrients to the minerals. Boron and bromine, magnesium, alanine, right? And then the nutrient to the amino acid. Carbon, nitrogen, and selenium, arginine, oxygen, glycine. All right? These are amino acid mineral relationships. Right? That's what life is about. We have to get that. Relationships, unity, how we work together, not about how we work separately. Right? I just categorize some of these things. Now, just to give you an example, drive this home. Because people need to understand that proteins and enzymes do all the work in bodies. All. Perfect example. Now we're going to talk about the relationships of minerals to these enzymes. Because minerals channel the energy and direct the behavior of enzymes. Alright? If the minerals are external to the structure, alright, it's a magnetic relationship. If the minerals are built into the structure, it's an electric relationship. So, the relationship of magnesium to these cells is electric. This is a plant cell. Same thing with iron. But Let me show you a magnetic one. Tyrosine and the melanocyte. Melanocyte formation. Right? This is not electric. This is magnetic. Because the copper is the star of the show here. The copper is what's catalyzing transformation. Alright, so some of this we want to skip. I want to get to some questions.
Right.
Look at Brother Morgan. Right, time. Alright, natural enzyme therapy. Take a picture, I'm skipping this. Right? So you don't have to go buy any enzyme therapy from the vitamin shop.
Step back one time.
Your enzyme therapy should be in your food. Right?
Is there another way that we can get this besides pictures?
You can come to Big Dad's restaurant.
No, I'm talking about this list.
Oh, well, you can buy the PDF. Matter of fact, let me change this. Woo! Buy the PDF.
Sorry.
Good job, sis. Metabolic versus digestive enzyme.
I just like to read stuff. I don't want to talk.
No. All right, so we talk about skeletal muscle. Wait, I'm gonna
What PDF was that in?
This is all in the It's all in the new PDF. The Enqi addendum.
Okay.
The Conscious Mindstate.
The one you just showed with enzyme therapy.
All this is gonna be in the wait. That one is in the Enqi, but all these slides is in the new PDF. Now, all vitamins get converted into enzymes and coenzymes. You need to know that. Because the same people that may tell you don't need protein will also tell you you do need vitamins. Not knowing that vitamins are needed so they can get converted into enzymes, which are proteins, or coenzymes, which are also proteins. Right? So, let's just take a look. Follow the map. Subatomic particle. Levels of organization in nature. Subatomic particle. Atom. Molecule. Organelle. Cell. Tissue. Organ. Organ system. Multicellular organism. Then you have your populations or your nations. Then you have communities. Ecosystem, biosphere. So, I don't know what these guys was doing thinking about getting in the conference with Minister Enqi on this subject. But I will give you the creation of everything. The biochemistry. Alright? In biochemistry, an oxidoreductase is the enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of electrons from one molecule to another. The reductant, also called the electron donor, all right, is a free radical. Pay attention. To another electron donor. Yeah, electron donor is good. That's a nutrient. To another group, to another. The oxidant, also called the electron acceptor. Now, the electron acceptor, that's your free radicals. This group of enzymes usually utilizes NADP and yada yada yada. So, sometimes it happens in a neutral fashion. Sometimes you have guys that are just floating through your body looking to steal electrons. Those would be your free radicals. Bear that up. Alright, so what mineral drives these cofactors? Phosphorus. Right? Phosphorus. Why is that important? Because this is the mineral that catalyzes light. In fact, it was named such after light, right? And if I take off this part, what is that?
Horus.
Horus. The study of the light body. Okay, let's see how this stuff works out. All right, so you have this in the Enqi, so you don't need it now. But we're talking about how the plasma moves through the body. Alright, so how the plasma moves through the body. So all of these lovely slides here are in your Enqi book. Now, back to aquaregia. Create the first electromagnetic cells on Earth. This allowed the cells to process information and energy much faster. And with that, the need for more antenna space. Remember the IMPs on the outside of the cell membrane, right? Correct. Now, to increase that space, to get more antennas up there, they can only do that by actually coming together because they had a physical limit to how big they could get. So they started to come together as cells and form tissues. Remember, your blood is a tissue. It doesn't have to be something like this to be called a tissue. You can have a fluid that's a tissue. Your blood is a tissue. So once you have cells cooperating, they're still a tissue, even if they're fluid. Right? So, when they came together, this is how they realized they could get more information and energy is by unity. So this is why cells came together and started making tissues. Alright? Cells bonded together to share. Just like the atoms before them. What do you mean atoms? I'll show you that real quick. Review that. Did that in the periodic table in Detroit. Alright? Which exposes the true African concept that was bastardized into evolution. Which is growth of the mind by acts of free will. That is the only form of evolution that's real. Now, this is what I mean by the atoms before them. So, cells came together, bonded together just like the atoms before them to share, to live longer, to live better, increase their quality of life. Now, this is how I break the periodic table down. Alright? When you look at non-metallic atoms, non-metallic elements, their electrons are held in bondage to each specific atom, even though the atoms have bonded. Watch this, because this is how the conscious community functions. I kid you not. The electrons, meaning the resources of each atom, are held in bondage, meaning the atom does not share its resources. So, these atoms have come together. They're non-metallic. So, it's like having a conscious community lecture. We came together. But what happens at the end of the lecture? Everybody leaves and separates again with their individual unique resources so we don't make growth. Right? We have to be able to pool our resources, right, in order to go from non-metallic elements to metallic. These are your middle class elements, right? These guys up here are oppressed. They living in poverty because they're so scared they don't know how to come together and share. They think sharing is going to give them less. So they're oppressed, they're poor, they're struggling. Your middle class, they done figured out working together. See, that's what corporate structure is. Together. Working together, we form crystal lattice structures. This is how the atoms form. They come together in a specific fashion, meaning an orderly fashion. That grants the electrons the ability to roam free. Meaning, when they come together in a crystal lattice structure, organized and orderly, the electricity, the resources of each atom now opens up. It is the resources of the whole groups. So, the creator says, you know what? Since you guys know how to share and work together and you're behaving yourself like a good mommy, right? That's what mommy will tell you. Since y'all playing so nice, I'm going to go ahead and let y'all get some ice cream. Y'all want some ice cream? Same thing your creator said. Since you guys are now playing together, I will let you guys partake in light. That's a gift for practicing and playing well together in the sandbox. So now, all these atoms that learn how to come together, they become conductors and they can now channel this light and actually participate in creation with your creator. Right? Then, you got these guys. Right? The noble gases. These are your rich atoms. The bougie ones. Right? They're different from the poor ones because they haven't come together. See, noble gases are atoms that do not bond at all. They're rich. They're already straight. I don't need you. I don't need no help. I don't need no friends. I'm good. That's your rich bourgeoisie, your noble gases. These guys have ionized beyond the need for security, which is why the atoms came together. Alright? And it's so secure that they don't wish to bond at all. Right? Then you get beyond these rich guys, right? Because when you get to the mega rich in society, the mega rich in society go back to the philosophies of the middle class. These guys here are your millionaires. Your rich, thriving, noble gas. These are your millionaires. When you go past the millionaires, you get to your Bill Gates, the billionaires, the mega rich. They realize that they have to go back to the middle class theory of sharing and coming together so that they can have even more power. So also, not only are you going through a group development here, but this also takes you through your personal development as a person. Because when we're young and we don't have the information, we're curious. So we'll come hear something, but we're not really ready to join them. We'll come listen, but we ain't ready to join. Same as the poor oppressed atoms. Once we get a little bit more, we understand, now we're ready to partake. But as we partake, we're still selfish. So once we get what we're looking for out of the group, we separated it. Like, oh, I'm straight. Got my money. Gotta do me. Right? But then there comes a point where we realize in order to go even further, we have to come together again. And when these atoms come together now as plasma, plasmic royalty, these atoms have the ability to become any of these other atoms. Just like billionaire children. Billionaire children can become anything they want in life. They got all the resources on deck. Just like these guys. Right? Conscious takes form fitting, wanting me to job philanthropy. Alright? So, the bonds. Unemotional bonding. In science, it's called covalent. Alright? When savage, non-metallic atoms bond but don't share their electron. That is covalent bonding. Emotional bonding is ionic. That means there's electricity gained or lost. So feelings. The result is a charged group called the ion. This is what health is based off of. Alright? Living, life, ions. Alright? Now, electromagnetic cells. All of your electromagnetic cells are spider cells. This is the original slang term that they started to call these cells before they gave them specialized names like melanocytes, Langerhans cells. Because all of these electromagnetic cells had these spider type of shapes. Right? Now this is important. I promise you. And again, Big Rev is going to like this one. Right? This is why. Well, D, I know D like the more scientists. This is why all of the electromagnetic cells look like spiders. Because the electromagnetic field is shaped like a spider. This is what an electromagnetic field looks like. This is where your spider comes from. Alright? Humans have two nervous systems. Alright? I need you guys to get this. No. Scientists say that's two parts of the newer nervous system, or the traditional one. Scientists say melanocytes come from melanoblasts. It is only a half truth. Melanocytes, neurons, and perineural cells come from the ectoderm, germinal layer. What does that mean exactly, Minister Enqi? That means that these are all three types of stem cells. These are all three types of stem cells, and they reproduce themselves and other cells. Now, we share a lot of our genetic makeup with these guys. How come we can't do what these guys do? Because these guys they don't have the complicated or the digital nervous system that we do. They only have the old analog one that gives their body, the outside of their body, a negative charge. Look at this. a negative charge on the outside of the salamander's body, right? And a positive charge on the inside. That makes the salamander one big red blood cell. This is exactly how your red blood cell is. Positive charge inside from the iron, negative charge on the membrane from the copper. Alright? This is why salamanders can cut off a limb and it'll regrow back. You know why? Because it'll be a negative charge at the wound site. Your body has two pathways for information, both nervous systems. Your old analog nervous system, which is what these guys have, and your digital one. Now we have conscious free will, so we have to determine in us which nervous system we use. If we don't, our subconscious will do that, and our group culture has programmed us that we only have one nervous system. This is why our limbs don't regrow back anymore. But we still have the ability to regrow limbs, which is why people keloid all the time.
Yo, the ectoderm.
When we scar, listen, if somebody was to cut off your leg, you would have a positive charge at the wound site. A positive charge creates scarification, meaning we're not going to regrow the limb. Mistake. Remember, binary coding. Negative, positive. 1, 0. Positive says, we made a mistake, we don't need that. We're going to seal this area of the body off and keep moving. Negative charge means, oh my God, we forgot our cell phone at home. We're going to need another one of those. So when you lose it, it grows right back. Alright? So we have to get that negative charge back. Scientists figured this out years ago. This is how they're able to regrow back limbs. They're regrowing limbs left and right because they are synthetically producing that negative charge at the wound site, which allows the limb to grow back by itself. Because what is a limb? What are you? A group of cells held in place in the magnetic field. What creates magnetic field? Different types of charge. So now, you have a negative charge, you're going to have a magnetic field associated with that negative charge, which is going to help the cells stack themselves back in place in the form of your magnetic field. Very simple. Alright? But, again, that's why I showed you all that crazy stuff we're eating. Because all that stuff changes your interior biology, which changes how your energy flows through your body, which changes your magnetic orientation.
What does it change?
It's changing the materials in the body. So the minerals is what holds charge. So your concentration of minerals,
So it's not able to hold any of the charges.
sometimes not able to hold charge or sometimes an incorrect charge. Because each atom has a different charge signature. So some have a positive, some have a negative. Then when they come together, it creates molecules or ions that have a charge as well. So if you have two negative charges and a positive, that's a negative ion. If you have two positive charges and a negative, that's a positive ion. That all is going to have a cumulative effect. So when we take in positive ions, those are like free radicals. They do not add life to the body. We take in negative ions, that's beneficial to the body. Now, this is the internal construction of the body, right? This is just to show you another example where this technology is coming from. This is the first battery. This is the first battery. This is your spine. First battery, spine. What do you have here? Copper plate, zinc plate. What do you have here? Copper and zinc in your bones, in the cartilage. Then you have to have an electrolyte. What is that? Cerebral spinal fluid. This is how your spine, which all your nerves attached to, which all the information travels in electric or ionic pulses.
But don't the central nervous system come out of the ectoderm there as well?
Correct. So, get this. The new terms we will use to discuss the two aspects of the nervous system are complex and simple. The complex systems functions through what we know of traditionally as transmitting information in AC current. So, Tesla was onto something. Go see Tomorrowland. The information is encoded based on pulse frequency. Pulse frequency. What did we say the universe runs on? The Dirac delta function of pulse frequency. Your simple nervous system functions by transmitting a single continuous wave.
Like the heartbeats.
Well, the heartbeat is like the pulse in the complex nervous system, but this simple wave, that's quantum entanglement. That wave keeps everything linked, right? The spine running from the sacrum to the midbrain generate primary DC current that is in control of healing and regeneration, right? But that DC current is not getting to the womb site. It's the AC current which causes scarification. The DC current keeps that negative charge there which causes you to regrow the limbs. In the picture, all right, we show the anode, magnetic, right? That's the mineral which brings in the cosmic energy, right? So that's zinc. Inside your body, that can be iron. The cathode, which is the mineral which allows the cosmic energy to flow out, is copper. That's the electric. Right? That's the relationship between magnetic and electric. Magnetic absorbs, electric radiates out. The woman absorbs, the man radiates out. Alright? In between the anode and cathode is an electrolyte. Alright? Potassium and sodium. This is called an electrochemical cell or voltaic pipe. Alright? This is why the 4-pack is photovoltaic supplements. Right? The red blood cells as well as the spinal column are what will be considered secondary electrochemical cells. This means that they can convert electricity into chemical reactions, all right? Convert electrons into chemical reactions, and then they can also convert chemical reactions back into electricity. The human body as a whole then forms the third electrochemical cell as the blood is primarily iron and the skin primarily copper. Now, again, people are like, man, Minister, you killing it. No, I'm not. This is old. When you see these slides that got numbers here, I'm just pulling these out of my books. This is right out of the Melanin Mind State. All of these pages, 64, let's page 65.
You know what? Can you go back to that slide? Does that have anything to do like with the chakras? Because I remember seeing something
With the
that said chakras, that little symbol.
Correct, of course. Because this is your Kundalini. We taught about this in terms of Kundalini. But now that we know this is electricity, we can just say the scientific term. But it's the same phenomena being observed and communicated, just different words. Alright? So, got it. There it goes, brother. Wrap it up. So, I guess we're going to skip this. He said wrap it up. I just got to skip the slides. Alright, so melanocytes, neurons, and perineural cells all come from the ectoderm germinal layer. So remember, you have your perineural nervous system that controls regeneration, right? That's the first nervous system you had that the new nervous system evolved out of. Wait a minute, did Minister Enqi say evolve? Yes. Grew. Meaning, information from the environment was collected and that information was converted into genes. Those genes then grabbed from the environment what the enzymes needed to use to build and constructed what we have as a new nervous system. So nothing just pops into being out of nowhere. Alright? Alright, so you got it. This will be in the PDF. Alright, brother. All this will be in the PDF. Now, these cells self-organize in the ocean. Alright? Remember, somebody asked me this. They said, well, Mr. Enqi, if people self-organize in the water, how come they didn't drown? I said, that's a good question. We can swim and breathe underwater until we reach air. Remember that. We're swimming and breathing all the time in our mind. In fact, what you don't know is the crazy clown thing that I didn't know about. They actually have doctors whose job it is to scare the life out of your newborn baby.
I've been seeing those little videos too.
Yes, that's their job. So everybody had a baby is traumatized immediately by the hospital. Now, they're called crying technicians. They're supposed to generate crying for the baby. So you think that when they're using all these damn terms, they get ready to do something scientific. No. They get ready to scare your baby to death. To get the baby to cry. Because once the baby cries, the lungs turn from gills to, they get turned from gills to lungs, and then they can breathe air. So if they don't let out that first cry, they can't breathe. Alright? So, your lungs have to be forced to convert from gills. Alright? Keep in mind, God of this universe is on the next page, and it's a woman. For sure, because the plasma bubble is the baby in the oven. Ray, Mayim, Burr. Right? Ray, Mayim, Ray, light, Mayim, water. Right? That's what's happening in your brain. Alright? Kepler came first though. Alright? So if we're looking at this science, just remember where this came from. Now, here's the fly thing. Remember I talked about 2D versus 3D. When you look at these toroidal donuts, remember as the hologram was moving, it showed it in 3D? If we enclose this Kepler, meaning if we look at this as a half of an apple slice, this Kepler will also be that same shape if we had the whole thing sitting in our hand. So, let's go back here again and look at this again. And I think this is the last slide. Alright? The L is important because it demonstrates the genius we know it took to build the pyramids. When electrons and protons cross each other in the core of the sun at a 90-degree angle, photons are produced. When electrons oscillate in a conductor, they also create magnetic lines at 90 degrees to their line of force. A L is actually a symbol for the dark matter or electromagnetic field that pre-existed. That's a Nancy. That electric field is the all-wise and intelligent creator from which all things come and return. And that is it.
You can do 15 minutes of Q&A if they got questions.
Questions? Now, let me tell y'all something. Today we in a restaurant and we eating. So, if y'all try to fake, like y'all don't have questions right now, so that y'all can wait until I'm by myself on the side and hit me with 25 questions, I will have to ignore you. Y'all all got to eat. Y'all got to eat, drink, go to the bathroom. So now it's Q&A time. After this is Miller time.
This is the question that I was calling you about.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been on high blood pressure medication for 2 years. And this year, some of this came over me, and which is why I found the fruit fast and all that. I'm looking to get rid of that. I will be 43 next Friday. I want to be free of any type of medication, any type of illness, and find out what I can do naturally to take and what's the best things to. I realize raw food is the big thing, but
yes, realizing we visual, I want to show you something.
okay.
Because there's a little trick to the high blood pressure thing. And I'm going to see if I show it to you, you might answer that question yourself. And this is why information is so important. Obviously, if you don't, I'm going to tell you the answer anyway. But I just want you to see this a certain type of way because then you might answer it. Oh, all right. So, this is what's happening inside our bodies. As the plaque builds up around these walls, it becomes harder and harder for the blood to get through. So that means your heart has to pump harder creating high blood pressure. Boom. Now, here's the trick to this. There are multiple pressures in your body. We only check one, but there's another pressure that's checking the nutrients going into the body. Jesus Christ, who's over? My transition is looking a little tacky. All right. Man. All right. Well, we can't see it, but I'll show you because I know. I'll go back to this and show you. Yeah, this is a pretty good slide. This is the detox and regeneration book we're looking at right now, just in case y'all want to know. Anyway, around this will be interstitial fluid, right? So when we're looking at blood pressure is actually the pressure that the blood is exerting on your system trying to remove toxins. Your blood is trying to remove toxins. So now, if you know that high blood pressure is being created from your blood trying to remove toxins, you can see plasma has intelligence. So your plasma cannot flow through here without saying, hey, who left these shoes on the floor? Let's start to clean this stuff up. And then it exerts pressure to try to push out these toxins. You see, plasma's thinking. It walks into a dirty room and wants to clean it. So, all we got to do for blood pressure is help the body detox. Detox. Now, go ahead.
Then I would say you definitely wouldn't want to take the medicine because it had more toxin.
Yes. But I had to think about that. When you say the medicine.
The medicines that the doctor is prescribing. My thought is, there's longevity on my mom's side of the family. They live to be like 80s and 90s. And I'm only 43. I don't want to take medicine for 40-something years.
Every question is good because I got all these things. I got slides for almost everything. Let me see something here.
Give me time.
Now, I'm not pulling this up for zinc. I'm actually pulling this up hoping that the statin drugs will be here. The statin drugs are the drugs that they usually prescribe for blood pressure.
Hydrochlorothiazide.
I did. Are they here?
Go back
Full
again.
sort.
There you go.
Where they at? Oh, right there. Blood pressure drugs. Right? All of these blood pressure drugs deplete the body of cholesterol.
That's another funny thing.
So, see, that's going to create another set of problems. This is why the side effect game is crazy. Because your body needs cholesterol. Vitamin D is the second step or the end result of cholesterol. So that's why your body needs cholesterol first and foremost. When the UVB light hits your skin, it's converting cholesterol into vitamin D. So let's watch the implications. When I take statin drugs, that eliminates my body's cholesterol. I could be buck naked on the equator, laying on the beach, and I won't produce a drop of vitamin D because I won't have any cholesterol to be converted into vitamin D. So the statin drugs guarantee that you'll be vitamin D deficient. Now, vitamin D deficiency is going to create a whole other host of issues. So,
just saw all stuff we're talking about.
right, exactly. So we looked at all the vitamin D. Boom. So now, the idea is, knowing that that high blood pressure is just trying to get toxins out, what can we put in the body to start getting toxins out? That's where the herbs come in. The herbs serve as that detergent. But on the flip side, there are two other things that you have to do. See, the herb is the eating part, but the activity is the exercise. And then also not putting in more toxins. People don't get that. You're staying at ground zero if you put in the healthy herbs and the ratchetness. You didn't make any progress. You took one forward and one step back. Damn. Right here again? Yep. You didn't move. Right? So, and then understanding, and this is where Brother Darren's expertise is. So you might be able to exchange numbers with him, get with him. We got a brother in Detroit also just opened up a gym, turf and everything, part of the 48 Group Bass family. So we attract good folks to us. Brother just opened up a full gym. This full gym, 48 Group Bass. We're sitting in 48 Group Bass family restaurant. Like, this is awesome, right? But he's the master of physical training. That's what he mastered, the science of that. And the reason is because muscle cells and fat cells always are at war. They have beef. Your muscle cells will eat your fat cells if you feed them and help them. However, if you do not feed and help them, and you feed and help the fat cells, those fat cells will destroy the muscle cells. Alright? Very simple. So, we got to diet, we got to exercise, and we got to put the herbs in.
Water too.
High blood pressure disappears. Water. And then we got to get all our minerals in. Because just the imbalance of sodium and potassium can cause high blood pressure. Sodium and potassium is what regulates kidney function. Kidney controls all the water in your body. So if we keep putting synthetic salt in our food and our body doesn't have a sodium requirement, the sodium-potassium balance will be out of whack. It'll be too much sodium, not enough potassium. So now your kidney is going to start acting crazy, introducing the cells into the soup that says, hey, don't worry about that. You guys keep eating meat. Just buy one of these dialysis machines and hook this up and we rather dialysis machines than vegetarians, though. People look at that meat, like, it looks so delicious. Like, no, it looks like a dialysis machine hookup. Right? Any other questions?
Over here.
Was looking at different ways of detox. Can you shed some light on pros and cons of the whole food grade hydrogen peroxide?
Ooh. Okay, that's a good one. A lot of people dealing with that. The home stuff, we got to get out of that. We got to get out of do-it-yourself kind of mentality. We invest money into things that have less value. Meaning, if you go shop for a car, people do research. I watched my homeboy Gary at work look up rims for 6 months before he bought his car. Make sure it's the right size and the things that hold the rims, whatever they call the tires, they balanced and the rim space got enough for the tire. I said, damn, you would be, because he had gallstone problems. So he asked me for help with gallstones. I'm like, nigga, if you put that kind of research into what that's the problem. We'll sit there and make sure. I'm talking about people be looking for the Jordans like, no. Got to get the limited edition with the cranberry on the side because the purple color came out in 83. They didn't come out with the blue color and the aqua till 86. I'm like, damn. That's some serious statistic keeping up there in that magnetic field. Might need to get right. So, the hydrogen peroxide thing. People are seeing it online and thinking it's an easy way, the oxygen kills all parasites. When you do the hydrogen peroxide thing, you gotta look at oxygen. I wish I had a slide for this, but I don't. Oxygen is very poisonous. When we absorb oxygen in our lungs, the iron inside the red blood cell. So look at the lungs, it's like a bag full of oxygen. The red blood cell just like gets shot through there. He just flies through there like clowns out of a cannon. So he flies through the lungs and he's trying to grab as much electrons that are loose in the lungs as possible. Because oxygen's acidity creates a situation where the bonds that hold the electrons to the atom are weak, so your lungs can break it. So that means the electrons are freely dispersed. But also, with that being the case, the protons are freely dispersed. So when the blood cells come through the lungs and grab them electrons, assuming they have iron, because if they don't have iron and you're anemic, your blood cells just go through it. And don't grab anything. That's why you don't have any energy. So when they have the energy, you're on the 4-pack, you're charged up, boom, what's left? Free radicals. The electron gives electricity to your tissues. The proton steals electricity from your tissue. So this is why we need antioxidants to counteract the result of breathing. Because a side effect of breathing is producing free radicals. So when we're eating the fruits and the veggies, we get enough antioxidants to counteract all the free radicals balance. When we eat food devoid of enzymes and nutrients, the free radical just goes crazy. And now think of free radical. Because everything we did tonight, we anthropomorphized, right?
Yeah.
So let's do that with a free radical. You have a community. Everybody's functioning in unity. We're all working together. Some nigga pops up and says, nah, let's go the other way. That guy's a radical. He's trying to break up the unity. No, everyone, do it my way. That's also a cancer cell. No longer wants to function in tandem with the rest of the team. Do it my way. Go this way. Free radical.
One more. Oh, go ahead.
What? Okay, see, y'all gonna be privy to me answering this text. So y'all don't think it's all me. Baby. We just had fresh twins. You're saying you already want more. We have 10. Yes. My watch is a cell phone.
One of them, and then I'm gonna get one question.
Oh, fire away.
Okay,
Oh, wait, so, let me get, so the hydrogen peroxide thing, the clothes on it, guided, it's good. By itself, I wouldn't do it. Because you have to be very specific with the ratio to the, and it's almost like a dropper full per gallon. And then most people aren't putting enough antioxidants in there for that. So what happens is when most people do the hydrogen peroxide thing, they just get an oxidative stress in all their tissues. So they actually doing more damage than good. You know what I'm saying? And then usually them same little places where hydrogen peroxide therapy is also features like apple cider vinegar stuff, and then it gets real crazy.
and to add to the question, my question, didn't doing oxygen baths, it was the same, had the same effect?
Oxygen bath, totally different.
Using the peroxide.
Right, I do that every time I get in the tub. Hydrogen peroxide, Epsom salt. Yeah, because what you're doing is getting the oxygen on the skin on the outside, and a little acid is good for the skin because you have a layer of dead cells up here you want to remove. So that's where the scrubbing and everything comes in with the rags and all that kind of stuff. So that's good on the outside, but not on the inside.
But my question was, I just want clarity because in one video you mentioned about organic produce being, you know, it's more nutritional. We've heard that.
Yep.
And then now the person mentioned that
another video.
Yes. So I was just trying to get some clarity.
Ooh, I'm glad I don't see you walking second. She might get me in this debate.
No.
She just exposed the winning philosophy. Like, yo, you guys that are trying to debate for this thing, you should actually watch his videos and read his books. That might help you out. But no, what I was saying is basically organic is good. In fact, I'll show you the so you can see the breakdown. This is the actual 40-day fruit fast how-to manual. So you know them type of questions, you can go right in there if you can find it. Ah, here we go. All right, organic versus conventional. So, let's take tomatoes for examples. My favorite example on this slide, right? And I'm gonna give you the pro, why organic is awesome, and then I'm gonna give you the con, why organic can also be a waste of money. So you'll see where the two video angles are coming from. Nutritional wise, right? Let's look at this organic tomato. Here's one, let's say, gram of iron inside a conventional tomato, right? And how much does a conventional tomato cost? A tomato, ladies. You get a tomato from the supermarket.
50 cents.
69 cents. All right, 50 cents. That's a good, just to make it easier, 50 cents. Perfect. Now, to get that same amount of iron, right? Or to get the same amount of iron that we would have in a conventional tomato, 1,938 grams of iron per se, right? So 1,938 times the amount of iron. So now, if we put a monetary value on that, you have one tomato, 50 cents worth of tomato iron, you get that same thing, or you get the same value in conventional tomatoes in terms of iron as you would in one organic tomato, which is probably about $2, right?
That's what Gabby just said, it's $2.
You would have to spend 1,938 divided by 2. What is that? That's like 19, that's like 900 some odd dollars on tomatoes. You have to spend 900 some odd dollars on tomatoes to get that same amount of iron. So that not only shows you why organics are good to eat, but why organics are actually cheaper than the conventional. Because the nutritional value is so much higher. And the higher the nutritional value of your meals, the faster you get full. The reason why most of us continue to eat is because our food is devoid of nutrition. So your body's still looking for the materials it asked you for. So for instance, your body says, hey, here's a laundry list. Well, as a matter of fact, I'll give you a better one. This used to happen to me all the time. I used to stay getting in trouble. So I was always on punishment. So, creative minister Enqi, you have to create ways of enjoying yourself when you're on punishment. So I'm not on punishment. My mother asked me to go to the store. I'm like, hell no, I want to go to the store. Yeah, wish you get hit by a bus. So you whispering crazy stuff. So, but on punishment, you'd be thirsty to go to the store. She'd be like, damn, I'm thirsty. You want from the store? So I could walk across town and you want something. You know where I'll get it. So now, she gives you that list to go to the store with. I want Pepsi, cigarettes, eggs, butter. Pepsi, cigarette, eggs, butter. Poison toxin, poison toxin. Hurry up back from that store, boy. I don't want nothing to happen to you. Right? It's dangerous walking to the store. Not dangerous eating that list. I want nothing to happen to you at the store. Killing me in the house. Anyway. My mind is thinking about, because I'm on punishment, so my mind thinking about, I ain't thinking about no damn store. I'm getting ready to give me a couple of quick games and tap, and we get a football. Hopefully she'll look out the window. Like, yo, we're going to get the back of the building, nigga. So, 2 hours have passed. Shh, it's time to go upstairs. Now you run to the store. Guess what? The list fell out your pocket somewhere playing football, basketball, whatever. Now you gotta go, damn. She said juice, eggs, water. You take that back to your mom's, and what do she say? Take this stuff back to the store, boy. I don't need this. Go get what I. Your body do the same thing. Your body sends you with a list. I need minerals, amino acids, original oils that create proper fats. Boom, and you come back with White Castle. So now, your body eats that White Castle, goes to that White Castle, and sends you another signal to your brain. hungry again. What happened? That little bit of time is all your body needed to go through that stuff and realize you did not come back with the milk, the eggs, the butter, and the cigarettes. So you got to go take your behind back to the store. So overweight people are actually starving. The skinny people are the ones that are eating good. Their body's satisfied, so they don't have to go too crazy with the calories. Alright? So, the downside to the organics, the bad side to the organics is this. How many of us have seen organic seedless fruit?
Yep.
Problem. See, that is the downside.
How does that happen?
Because we're not studying. We got to do the boring part. So when we study, we will take the power out of these words. Because right now, as unstudied, when we see the word organic, that means buy this. If we don't see organic, it's like, nah, don't buy this. When we study, we know organic simply means there is carbon in this thing. That's it. But there are plenty of carbon-containing things that will kill you. It's like seeing all natural. There are plenty of all natural things that will kill you. So that doesn't necessarily mean I should grab 3 and put it in my car. No. So that's why I like to go farm first. That's what my first option is. It's usually cheaper, and you can talk to the person that grew the food and see what they're putting in the food. Because the euphemistic definition to organic is no pesticides or fertilizers. Right? But the scientific definition is carbon containing. Totally two opposite spectrum. But along with Farm Direct is I get to see you, ask you questions about what you're doing, but I also get to check you out. If I take your advice, I get your results. So now, if my farmer is some big dude with greasy lips and everything, like, yeah, no, those apples. I'm good. I ain't getting no apples this time. Check out. You got apples over there? I see a little skinny, a little Chinese lady up. You got apples, baby? I'll take those. Either you're not eating your food, or you are eating your food, and your food's turning you into that. I'm straight. Right? My daddy taught me that when I was little. Don't you let a mechanic fix your toilet, and don't let a plumber fix your car. So I need to see what's going on with you.
The same breakdown that you gave with the high blood pressure, can you do that with lupus?
With lupus? Yes.
You have any slides there?
Lupus is the horizontal gene transfer. That's good that you even brought that up. Because some people are looking like, wait a minute. I thought Minister Enqi's whole thing with August 2nd was horizontal gene transfer. No, that was an experiment, and niggas not listening. I said from the jump, I was using horizontal gene transfer to debunk evolution. But that's not my premise or thesis for how life is created. Because horizontal gene transfer only talks about organisms that are already living, how they share genetic material. So the theory of evolution says that organisms spontaneously turn into other organisms every so often.
Every so often.
Yeah, every so often. Just bam, you're a fish, you are a fish, then you're a bird. Whoa. You niggas are crazy. You know, a scale is a folded piece of skin. You have to have feathers in order to fly. It's almost 20 billion bits of information required to turn a scale into a feather. So, evolution fails when they try to tell you how reptiles became birds. Now, if we apply horizontal gene transfer, you can see how a feather is much more akin to a human hair follicle. But every feather is in a follicle. Inside that follicle, you have pigment-containing cells and stem cells, just like you do. So you can see the horizontal gene transfer. So now, the storyline doesn't change, but the underpinning sciences change. So, whereas evolutionists will say, nope, it was swimming and then start flying. Somebody grounded in science will say over hundreds of thousands of years of living in close proximity with other animals that had follicles and hair, the sharing of that genetic material eventually allowed that animal, the enzymes in its cells, to start to grab that material that was required and build those things from scratch. So that's how that works. But the downside to living in close proximity with all types of animals is that we're absorbing their genetic material all the time. And whenever that genetic material causes you to have an adverse reaction, it's called a virus. But that's all a virus is. It is a foreign strand of DNA or RNA. That is it. So, if you take your DNA and stick that in a pig, that pig will have human flu. If you take the pig's DNA and stick it in a human, then you have swine flu. Now, when we always have pets and we live in close proximity with animals all the time, we're absorbing a lot of that DNA from those animals. People have a long, outstanding relationship with the wolf. Very intimate one. Right? The mix between people and the wolf is where all the type of dogs came from. So, if you notice, the rise in lupus, the #1 cases of lupus in America right now is black women.
Yeah.
What happened the last 20 years as they started to win that race? Right? We weren't always winning that lupus race. Something over the last 20 years happened, ladies. Designer dogs, pocket puppies, purse pooches.
What other causes how you deal with it?
Well, that is the main cause.
Okay, gotcha.
Because now that your body starts to absorb, and it doesn't have to be specifically dogs, but dogs is the main one because we lived in close proximity with them first.
Yeah.
We domesticated that dog, people domesticated that dog before other animals. So that was the first start of it. But what happens is that genetic material starts to bind and intertwine with yours. Then the HLA system, we talked about it earlier, which identifies you, can no longer identify which parts of your DNA is yours or not. So now it's all registered as foreign. So now your body tries to
Stop that.
get rid of it. So the HLA system tags it as waste, and anything tagged as waste gets attacked by white blood cells, and we got lupus.
So weed is gonna be an issue. Human hair, wearing other human
Oh my God.
animal mixing.
Look at that! I gotta bring you up to the front.
How you deal with the lupus stuff?
We want to get the herbs in there, and we want to change the diet, and we want to get rid of the pets.
Nothing but inflammation, white blood cells.
Correct.
But every sister I know that got lupus had a dog as a kid. My wife being one of them, they had a dog as a kid. That's why I get on my brother. He got 2 dogs and he got 3 daughters. And it's like, you rolling the dice, bro. You know what I
Listen,
mean?
my auntie got lupus real bad. She got both forms, and she will not give up her dogs for nothing. She won't give up her dogs for nothing. She won't give up eating meat for nothing. And she'll come sit in one of my lectures.
But you deal with both.
And after the lecture, what you gonna eat some of that smart shit? I'm going home to make me some lamb chops.
Oh gosh.
Like, whatever. But I'm cool with that. You know why? Because if we could all just get to that point, we would be better off. If we just knew our conscious decisions. Like in her mind, she's to the point where she knows this lifestyle creates lupus. This lifestyle creates health. Only I'm going to get this lupus because I like the things that I do that lead to the lupus. So I'm going to continue this. But at least she knows and constantly is aware of what she's doing. A lot of people are not. They have no idea. They're like, yo, I gotta watch sugar with type 2 diabetes, so now I gotta stay away from fruit. My doctor said it's cool to eat rice though.
Turns into
Really? What does starch do in your body? Turns right into sugar. So now we're going to turn into this synthetic glucose as opposed to getting the 8 essential sugars that your body can use, burn off, and store properly.
What can I do for vision?
Vision.
My vision is like horrible.
Well, that's a good question because that will plug this diagnostic machine.
I was gonna ask you if you
Yes.
bought that too.
Yes. Normally we do $50. They bet 25. Brother Jason will be doing them, correct? Did you bring your machine?
Yeah, but I remember I talked to
Well, you can use mine if you want. They put on one coach huddling session. They want action. They're gonna break right over to you. So if yours is working, you good. We talk after, or you can use mine. But Jason will be performing the diagnostics. So, and the reason is, like we talked about earlier, it could be drying. You could be getting plaque building on the inside. So it could be a plasma issue with the eye. It could be a sugar issue. People that have type 2 diabetes lose their eyesight because they lose chromium. So that's a mineral deficiency. You can have nitrogen actually also affects eyesight because the melanin at the bottom that converts colorfully. So there's a bunch of different reasons you guys see what's going on. You have inflammation there too.
Now, did you bring any herbs here for vision? Because I've been trying to like just.
Not necessarily for vision, but I got the 4-pack, which
I
works.
have
Okay, so but that may not be an issue. So diagnostic, you can see what's going on with you. If it's plaque,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? If it's dehydration, sun gaze is not going to help us. It's going to dry my eyes out even more.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know before I start doing
You wear
stuff.
glasses?
This is the problem.
Because your eyes look tired now.
Yeah, I used
I can
and
tell.
plus I work at night. So I used to wear glasses, and once I found out that the glasses was what was causing my problems anyway, I just stopped wearing them, period. And then from every time I go back to the doctor, they tell me, well, you need to get these glasses, you need to get these glasses. So then I would go back to wearing the glasses, and now it's to the point.
Vitamin A, you can have vitamin A deficiency. Now here's the thing with pigments, and I didn't put it up. I should have had it up. It's a specific sequence in biology for you to be able to store and utilize light. Water takes acid and creates biological oils because oils hold pigment, and pigment is what holds light. Right? So you're asking me about sight, and we talk about light conversion, holding and storing and utilizing light. So a lot of times it can be vitamin A. Vitamin A is the red to orange pigment, right? We talk about that infrared. So that's why that works on the eye so much. It might be vitamin A deficiency. Now with vitamin A, you gotta be careful when you pump up your vitamin A because on your cells, vitamin A uses the same cellular receptors as vitamin D. So vitamin A and vitamin D compete for space. So bump up your vitamin A intake with supplements or whatever, and just make sure you bump up the vitamin D, etc., etc. So that's a possibility. So like I said, that's why we do the diagnostics so we can look in it. There's a bunch of possibilities. I can just start selling you stuff, and then you go.
I was gonna ask if you bought it because I've been asking around and everybody.
You're from Chicago, ain't you?
Yeah.
I know. You got that Chicago accent, sounds just like Marv. I don't know where Marv is. He should be.
What's the
Last one.
proper way to clean your fruits and vegetables with the peroxide?
Oh, I was about to say, with peroxide. Really, there's no danger level with the peroxide.
Baking soda.
But you said that sometimes you use too much peroxide and end up poisoning yourself.
It depends on how you, like, if you get crazy, then you run that risk. If you dipping, you good. But some people will take out water and peroxide, mix it, and soak their stuff in it overnight. I don't suggest that.
And what do you suggest?
10, 20 minutes, you good. Maybe even 5, depending on the fruit.
Okay.
So no longer than 20 minutes. You could use straight. Don't get the food grade peroxide. Just keep that out of your house. That's the safe, because you gotta get scientists to use food grade peroxide. If you just get the regular peroxide in a brown bottle, it's already been cut for you. So I just use that. I pour that in the bowl and dip my fruits right in there.
And what's the significance of
And this is just like I said, it's great on your skin to remove impurities. The same thing on the fruit skin.
Okay.
As above, so below.
What's the significance of eating the seed with the fruit? Because you said you like to.
Correct. All of the nutrients are stored in the seed. All the nutrients, well, the seed and the skin, because that's where the color is. So again, water, oil, pigment, light. Light, stored light, is what we're looking for in terms of nutrition. That's why we go to the plants, because the plants convert the light into stored nutrition. So that's where we want to go in terms of food. The skin is where the color is, and the seed stores all the nutrients as well as the blueprint for growth. So somebody's saying, no, eat the seed. That's
Somebody.
I know you're going to become Paul this second. I already know that line of questioning comes from. I know. Last question. They didn't ask no questions, so I'm good.
Are we supposed to blanch the seeds before eating them because the nutrients are so compacted in the seed that the body doesn't know how to digest it? So
I suggest soaking a little bit.
okay.
Yeah, I suggest soaking a little bit. Yeah. But it depends on how you eat your seeds. So soaking definitely, blanching. But yes, you should sprout a little bit. Now you don't have to sprout your seeds to the point where they actually are sprouted, because then they start to look nasty and taste a little not like what you want to eat. But definitely soak them and begin the breakdown process. Yes.
All right.
All right. So now on eating. Let's see if the folks at home.